الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد.
Let's bow our heads and place ourselves in the presence of the Lord. Dear Lord, we stand before you in humble prayer. Before we start this program, we realize that without your blessings, we would not be able to succeed with the plans we have for this activity. Bestow your grace and divine wisdom to all of us present here, so we can cooperate and enjoy camaraderie and love for the greater glory of your name. Bless also those we have left behind our homes. May you grant them peace and happiness as they go about their activities. Bless people around the globe that they may enjoy peace and the goodness of your love. We ask all these through your mighty name. Amen.
Bayan ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas. You now be seated. Today, we are honored to be joined by a licensed professional mechanical engineer with over 20 years of experience in project management and U.S. federal contracting and engineering. She is an MBA graduate and PhD candidate in business management, major in engineering management, and award-winning leader in EPSME and Toastmasters. Please join me in warmly welcoming our host, Engineer Ingrid Salina.
Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. That's the usual thing we do now. When we meet people, we just like, okay, it should be a two-way communication. Let's do this again. Magandang araw po sa ating lahat. Good morning to our distinguished guests, esteemed speakers, and dedicated educators from the Middle East, the Philippines, and the United States. Today, we gathered not only as a professional, but as a weaver of knowledge, builders of the future, and bearers of soul. Before we move, I'd like to greet everyone also. Happy Puso Day today. So it's very timely now. Whenever like Puso, for today it's like Happy Puso, Happy Valentine's Day. So it's very timely. So welcome to the second MEPHILUS convention in the fourth International Educators Convention, proudly hosted by the Filipino Teachers and Educators Council, a member of the Association of Philippine Teachers of America Incorporated. Our today's theme is Puso, ang hagi at paghubog ng kaalaman tungo sa pandaigdigang landas, shaping the future of education across borders. This is our call to weave, to shape, and to elevate education across the borders. To proceed to our program, first, may I call on stage Mr. Hubert C. Dahil, Vice President of FTech AFTA UAE Chapter, to officially open our convention. Let's give him a round. But an extravagant world-class performance. Once again, let's give them a round of applause, please. Thank you very much. We now invite Dr. Liza Lagiosa, the president of the AFTA UAE chapter, to acknowledge our dignitaries and delegates. Let's give her a round of applause, please. Ms. Rizalina Babanta, the Vice President for Teaching and Research for University of the Philippines. She will be joining us virtually. Mr. Quantum Sibilina, the senior leader for teaching and learning actual from the Ministry of Education, UAE. Ms. MJ Maria Boy, founder and CEO and Center for Cultural Lifestyle Conservancies, ACS, LLC. Dr. Mary Pressy Aguilar, Assistant Professor, College of Business, Office of the Vice Chancellor for Academic Affairs, Calva University, Sergeant. Dr. Jennifer Agadayo, Fellow of Higher Education Academy, University of Bahrain, Kingdom of Bahrain. Dr. Elmer Vico Monica, Chemistry Professor, Pace University of Tourism. He will be joined and be co-presented with his wife, Ms. Marisol Monica, Special Education Teacher, PS 197, John E. Roseman. Thank you so much for gracing our activity and event this morning. Have a wonderful morning.
Thank you very much, Dr. Liza. We will be proceeding. Son ng Manila, Colegio San Juan de Letrán, Iglesia Aguinaldo College, and the Manila Times College, where he also served as the vice chairman of the activity. A visionary communicator, a respected educator, a champion of the sport engagement, and a leader whose work continues to uplift Filipino across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Secretary Lieutenant Francis J. Anderson.
more than half of them are not OFWs. The CFO exists to ensure that the majority of Filipino migrants are not left behind by focusing on conversations outside labor migration. We recognize that permanent and long-term migrants are at a point in the migration cycle where their goals differ from OFWs, and that is why we aim to connect them in three ways: politically, economically, and culturally. Across the globe, Filipino communities have organized themselves into professional and civic organizations that both preserve a sense of shared identity and contribute meaningfully to their host countries. Noteworthy among them is the Association of Film Teachers in America, or AFTA, which received the Presidential Award for Filipino individuals and organizations. How diaspora engagement directly supports the CFO's advocacy to counter brain drain caused by labor migration and turning instead into brain gain by facilitating skills development and skills transfer. We are keenly aware of the needs and aspirations of our Filipino teachers to serve in the United States through our EEP program in the US and the Philippines. Their work abroad is not only a testament to their personal dedication, but also a reflection of the enduring excellence of Filipino education. In this light, we remain committed to ongoing dialogue and engagement, seeking solutions that honor both their professional and personal well-being, while fully respecting the stipulations of our bilateral agreement with the United States and the provisions governing the ABP program. At the CFO, our primary mission is diaspora engagement. It is our compass guiding every initiative that we undertake. We recognize that overseas Filipinos are not just nationals abroad, but strategic partners in our country's national development. This is where we can work together, collaborate, and turn our shared ideas into meaningful action. Through our programs and policies, we are creating avenues abroad to contribute their skills and knowledge and resources to development efforts back home. The CFO has various programs and activities that exist to facilitate these initiatives. One such program is the Lingkod sa Kapwa Filipino program, or Lingkapit.
you to partner with us in building up our programs and initiatives for the Filipino diaspora. Your experiences and insights are valuable to the CFO and ensure that these programs are not only tailored to the evolving needs of Filipino migrants, but are efficient, effective, and accessible. The CFO remains steadfast in its commitment to serve Filipinos across all stages and categories of migration, linking our communities abroad to the Philippines politically, economically, and culturally, and recognizing that the diaspora not only as beneficiaries of services, but as strategic partners in our national development. Rest assured that under Bagong Pilipinas, as envisioned by President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr., your government is working to make migration a choice, not a necessity, for every Filipino. In this regard, in this grand endeavor, you are teachers, mentors, and guides, carrying a special responsibility. Through the lives you touch, the knowledge you impart, and the values that you uphold, you connect our nation to the world, ensuring that wherever Filipinos go, they carry not just the skills, but the enduring spirit, dignity, and promise of the Philippines. Together, let us continue transforming distance into connection, vibration into opportunity, and global experience into shared progress for our people and our country. Mabuhay.
Would you please remain on stage so to present the flag award? May we request Ms. Rena and Dr. Liza to please come on stage to present the certificate of appreciation. No? We have two certificates, Secretary. First is a Distinguished Recognition Award is proudly presented to Secretary Dante Klink Ang II in this grateful recognition of your unwavering dedication and commitment to serving the Filipino community. Your contributions, compassions, and leadership exemplify the wife, Mrs. Lenita Ang, and the daughter, Miss Anna Alexander Ang, to be on stage. Okay. Now we call Miss Rina Hilaria. Now may we welcome His Excellency Alfonso Ferdinand Verde, the Ambassador of the Philippines to the UAE.
Please take your seats, ma'am. Magandang umaga po sa inyong lahat at thank you for making me a part of this celebration. It's the second year now, so getting bigger and better. I'd like to thank, it's not as timely, it is as important. Especially this triumvirate, Middle East, Philippines, and US educators, where I think this will be validated by our guests from the US. The Filipino diaspora here in the UAE is some have said approximating or is already there comparable to the Filipino-American community in certain ways. So it's just important that we share all these skills, share all this knowledge together. But first, dalawang commercial na. First, address this to the teachers organizations here. Meron na naman tayong SPLE. It's going to be on May, the next the Ibilanda holidays. So I hope you're already preparing our aspirants. I think we have some aspirants here for the teacher's licenses. And sana sinisimulan nila ang ating review classes. The teachers organizations here, for the information of our friends from the US, they provide review classes for the aspiring Filipino teachers here to become licensed by the PRC. And in doing so, they increase their qualifications, their credentials, and helping them improve their careers here. And at the same time, also encouraging them. I've heard at least one or two, one I personally assisted in taking advantage of the SPINS program, who a previous household worker, I believe, who passed the test, took advantage of the SPINS, sir, ma'am, kayo po ang sabi niya, sa Pinas, ikaw, ma'am, sir, which gives an opportunity for them to give back and gain a teaching position right in their hometown. So the complete sa full circle, simula sila dito, humble, modest household workers who probably didn't have the opportunity to or the necessity of having to go abroad. Found the support they needed here, found the encouragement they needed here, through the organizations, drawing inspiration from those who have come before them. And the other eminent educators from all over, pursige sila, kapasa, some have improved their, of course, their career positions here, and some ultimately going back and helping their hometown. So that's one. Oh, nag-review mo kayo? Si Doc dito. Okay, very good. Second, this I pick up from the speech of our guest of honor. So, yung Philippine Presidential Awards for Filipino individuals overseas, no? We are now accepting nominations. I hope you saw our posts sa aming social media. And I challenge you also, dapat may manggaling dito winner. So, siguro naman I can confidently say that we are not nominating anyone. We just bet, no? We just receive and we will send. And then, but I was having a conversation with Secretary and na-amaze siya sa mga Pilipino dito. So anyway, commercial plugging done. So we continue. And of course, welcome once again to our guests from the Philippines, Secretary Dante of the Commission of Filipinos Overseas, our guests from the US, our eminent educators, welcome back, I should say, and the Filipino eminent teachers here, not just in the UAE, but the entire region of the GCC. And looking at this day's event, when I said this is very timely, yes, it is important. You see a coming together of the different aspects. Just last January, the President, His Excellency President Ferdinand Bongbong Marcos Jr. embarked on his second visit to the UAE in 14 months. So that just goes to show the level of our engagement, our importance, and more so when we signed two monumental agreements. One is a comprehensive economic partnership agreement, which is the free trade agreement, opening up free trade to this region with UAE that will be our gateway. UAE, like I said, is already a very big opportunity, but that opens up our doors to the greater GCC with Saudi, Qatar, Oman, and Kuwait. We also signed the defense cooperation agreement. We're not buying arms or anything, but the importance now of cybersecurity and that different technologies that can be we can take advantage here. And even before that, in the past 3 years, I believe we signed agreements in artificial intelligence, renewable economy, the improvement of our government services, even the clean capacity for agreement signed with us by the First Lady herself. So we've seen a reorientation of our relations that have moved up beyond labor migration issues. Still there, this is still right, but still an third pillar of our foreign policy and the establishment of the Department of Migrant Workers and the CFO and the DFAC are proof of how important the overseas Philippines really are. And then that is one part. Second, we see the convergence coming together of teachers from all over the world coming here. And then we see even our performers, third country children growing up as global citizens in a country where they feel they are really a part of, especially here with the UAE policy of inclusivity, tolerance, and openness, where you feel just like you and just like them. This is a place where you can thrive and succeed. And then, of course, the overall Filipino community here, not just educators, men are becoming successful entrepreneurs, professionals in their own right. So they're all coming together in what could be, or what is, what we can say, a perfect storm of opportunity. What the psychiatrist Carlo said, synchronicity, which you think unrelated, non-causally related activities, if you look at them individually, may be unimportant, but looking at them together, you see a hidden purpose. And that's, I think, what a perfect storm here now brewing with all of these factors coming together. So how do we leverage it? In the US military, the strategy, the enabler of their policy, military doctrine, is the CQI. It's command, control, communications, or the three C's, and I for intelligence. The pillars of how they plan, the pillars of how they act, and the pillars of how they conduct their operations. Here, maybe we conduct our own CQI. Maybe we start with C, convergence. We put together the best from all worlds and try to mesh them with what this country is offering. I forgot to add what we are seeing now in this country, the leader in renewable energy, leader in innovation, leader in AI and science and technology, leader in investments, leader in tourism. So we are in that environment. And with Secretariat yesterday, we talked about how ATEC is really supporting the Filipino schools here. And let's take advantage of the convergence of like merging our curriculums or having similar, because one thing from my vantage points I've seen and with my engagement to the Filipinos here, schools, I mean, I'm always promoting the Filipinos. I go to the university, I tell them, why don't you have more Filipinos? You're the third, fourth largest community here, why don't you need more Filipinos? Well, they tell me, yes, of course, if they pass their exam, more than me. So I'm being back to you, a challenge. Take the exam, ask them. Anyone, I was the other day, last Thursday, it was International Day of Muhammad bin Zayed University for AI. That's ranked ninth globally in AI education. We have a Filipino PhD student there. They have opened up for undergraduate studies, and I think the opening volume of applicants reached up to 40,000 all over the world. In that international day, we had three master students. One from who's a full scholar here, two who are children of a Filipino mother and an Omani father, and there's another one undergrad with the first admission. Her mother is Filipina. Another one, her mother is from Iloilo, Filipino also. Coming together. We had that international day. On one part was the ASEAN area. So it was next to, we were next to Malaysia, Indonesia, and Vietnam. Indonesia, 40 plus students. Malaysia, like 20 plus. And Vietnam, 20 plus. But of course, we have the best booths. And we have the best food. So, but, and so, we have to excel also from our cultural celebrations, and let's maybe merge and see how we can refine our curriculums. Because from one input I heard from the admissions office and from students who are now Filipinos who are now scholars in the different universities here, taking up engineering and other science courses, they would have been accepted to the like Khalifa University had they been able to get a higher form of calculus, which is not in the Philippine curriculum. So I said, maybe one solution, one quick fix is offer that as an elective in your schools and offer it to those who are more uh, academically or mathematically inclined to get that, and they can avail themselves of higher levels of education, higher levels. I mean, one wanted to take up uh, astrophysics and higher engineering. They shall qualify because of that shortage in the calculus. No? So he's a scholar now in civil engineering, still completing 30% at UAE University, where these schools have the best funding because of the wealth of this country, the best laboratory facilities, and the best teachers from all over the world. So convergence of our, let's learn from each other. And the same way that NADEC is the one pushing us. Why don't you open a school here? Why don't you open a school here where the Filipinos or local community, Filipino communities grow? So there's convergence. One is, then the second is of course competitiveness. Yan, laban tayo. I mean, the innate talent of the Filipino. So those who performed a while ago, and the others, every day I hear stories about Filipino students are excelling in their own right, in multi levels, no? Arts, sciences, and even community service. So they are seeing the role here. So seemingly non causally related events, seemingly independent, coming together where they find hidden purpose and where they find their purpose for the entire community. And third, of course, is cohesion. When we come together, the embassies here, we are very fortunate with the visit of Secretary and when we heard the programs that CFO is mandated to do for the Filipinos overseas. It's all coming together. And the I is of course innovation. This is a country that lives, thrives, and pushes you to be innovative in whatever ways, disrupt whatever, uh, change everything, think out of the box, and see, and because they will support that. And let's take advantage of their funding, assistance, grants that we can take advantage here. Take advantage of. So with that, ultimately, kayo, you have that environment that you have here. You have that situation where you think that you're just moving in your own silos or but putting it together through programs like this, cooperating with ATE, cooperating with the Philippine organizations, with the embassies, we all come together and find our purpose for the greater good and benefit of the Philippine community, not just here, but in the region and the globe, where we are now 11 million. So, ang dali sa akin magsabi nun, now I give it responsibility. Grabe, no? I talk about them ultimately. But please be assured, like what Secretary, we are here to support. We are here to shepherd or even handhold and partner with you. And with more activities like this, yesterday we're talking about even more inter-school sports. Kasi binulungan din nila isa kanina, we want to do inter-school sport. Nakapag na din, usapan natin yung secretary namin. Kita nyo? So, sometimes, you already have these ideas germinating in your mind, but maybe this is the right time. So I'm telling you now, this is the right time. This is the right time to take advantage of whatever idea, innovation, and the support of academicians here. We have leaders in AI, we have leaders in Dubai doing deans of computer engineering in Dubai University. We have one Canadian university head of civil engineering. So maybe we could all come together bring all these eminent educators from the early stages, even those who are taking care of our children in the spectrum. So no one is left behind. So the opportunity is there. And I hope not just through the nomination for the PACU, but it is a real concrete program. And I assure you, you will get the presidential award. And of course, I'd like to take the opportunity to thank our sponsors who make this event possible and all those the support and the faith and belief of our pioneer educators who went to the US. Sila yung mga nauna. And ngayon, there's still a big need for Filipinos who are being recruited to the underserved areas in the United States, in the border towns, in the Indian reservations. And many among you have taken advantage of that. From here, you come to the US, and just like other nurses or engineers, once getting your US citizenship, you come back here and get a different salary scale as US citizen. Matawa yun, sa naman ginagawa namin, di ba? Di ba? Full circle, you come here on a visit visa, di ba? You get a job, rather than visit visa, matawa na. But that's the, when you saw the opportunity here, you came, took that, run with it, and now it's your turn, like the full circle that the skills teachers are going back from household worker going to the Philippines. Now it's your turn. Find your purpose, the catalyst, what's happening here, andyan na. So it's really up to you. And I'm confident looking around with the accumulated wisdom, talent, experience just in this room. I'm sure that we will succeed. So mabuhay po tayo lahat. Magandang umaga.
Thank you very much, Amba. Your message always sounds resonates for us to continue pushing and pursuing excellence. Maraming salamat po. Can you please remain on stage? May we call Dr. Liza and Miss Rina to be on stage to present the certificate. So as we read the citation, distinguished recognition award is proudly presented to His Excellence Alfonso Ferdinand A. Ver in grateful recognition of your unwavering dedication and commitment to serving the Filipino community. Your contributions, compassion, and leadership exemplify the spirit of service and bring pride and honor to our heritage. Signed by Ms. Rina Pedaria, AFTA President. The next certificate is a certificate of appreciation to His Excellency Alfonso Ferdinand Ver, Ambassador of the Philippines to the UAE, as one of the special guests of the second Middle East Philippines United States Educators Convention, MEPHILUS, and fourth International Educators Convention, held under the theme Usol, Paghari at Paghubog ng Kaalaman tungo sa Pandaigdigang Antas, shaping the future of education across borders. Your presence has greatly enriched the discourse, inspired educators, and strengthened global collaboration in advancing quality teachers' education beyond borders. Given this 14th day of February 2026 at Mercure Hotel Downtown, Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, signed by Ms. Liza B. Lariosa, President FTIC AFTA UAE, and Ms. Rina O. Pidaria, President AFTA Incorporation. Thank you very much, sir.
I saw that two of their students have been accepted to NYU Abu Dhabi as full students. Pinapatutuan nyo lahat, pinagkwento ko lang.
Thank you very much, Amba. Now we may call Ms. Rina Opidaria, President AFTA Incorporation, to deliver the President's message and also later to deliver the message of the Secretary of Department of Education, Republic of the Philippines, Honorable Juan Edgato Sanimanalang Anggar. His Excellency Alfonso Ferdinand Ver, Philippine Ambassador to the United Arab Emirates, Secretary and Chairman Dante Klink II of the Commission on Filipinos Overseas, our convention sponsors, distinguished resource speakers, mabuhay and warmest greetings to our fellow educators from around the globe. It is with great pride and heartfelt gratitude that I welcome you to the National Educators Convention here in Abu Dhabi. This year's theme, Shaping the Future of Education Across Borders, beautifully captures who we are and what we do. As members of the Filipino diaspora, we cross geographical boundaries, cultural differences, and educational systems. Yet, we remain united in one shared mission to transform lives through education. It reminds me of Puso. I am from Cebu. This is the Cebuano rice delicacy, we call it the hanging rice. Carefully and intricately woven in palm leaves. Each strand alone is delicate, yet when interlaced with intention and care, it becomes a vessel that holds and sustains nourishment. So in many ways, we as Filipino educators in the diaspora are like that woven palm. Across countries, cultures, and classrooms, we intertwine our knowledge, experiences, and values. Individually, we contribute our unique expertise. Collectively, we create something stronger, a global community that nurtures learning and shapes the future. This convention is more than a professional exchange of ideas. It is a celebration of our collective journey of educators who carry with them the heart of service, the spirit of excellence,
and the unwavering belief that education has the power to uplift communities worldwide. So for the second time since the pandemic, Ms. Liza Lariosa, and powerhouse president of EdTech After UAE, together with her cohort, has invited us to this momentous event. The Association of Film Teachers of America, or AFTA, based in New York, is delighted to have replicated the convention and gala for teachers in this part of the diaspora. And they even fondly dubbed this as AFTA Awards. We hope to reach out to other places where Filipino teachers are thriving. So may this gathering inspire collaboration beyond borders, innovation without limits, and partnerships that strengthen our global network of Filipino educators. As we move forward together, may we continue shaping the future with courage, compassion, and purpose. Maraming salamat. Mabuhay ang mga gurong Pilipino, saan man tayo sa mundo, ay mabuhay tayo lahat. The Secretary of Education, Secretary Sani Angara, regretfully sends with this message that he won't be able to attend us, but he highly supports our endeavor. And I would like to be given this chance to read his message. Republic of the Philippines, Department of Education, Office of the Secretary, message from the Secretary. To the Association of Film Teachers of America and Filipino Teachers of and Educators Council or EdTech After UAE, to our valued partners from the Middle East, the United States, and across the Philippines, and to all our educators, researchers, school leaders, and friends gathered here today, magandang araw sa ating lahat. A pleasant day to all. With the steadfast support of President Bongbong Marcos, we are expecting major educational reforms to take shape this year. And we have a trillion peso reason to believe in this momentum. Our vision is to ensure that every Filipino learner is armed with the skills, values, and resilience needed to thrive in the 21st century. Central to the five-point reform agenda is the recognition of the hard work and unwavering dedication of our educators. This year, the program of 100,000 teachers is already in the pipeline under the expanded career progression system. All kindergarten and grade 1 learners, along with undernourished grade school learners, will benefit from the strengthened school-based feeding program. We are also targeting to support around 6 million struggling learners through the ARAL program. More importantly, through our historic alliance with all local government units nationwide to accelerate classroom building, we are ensuring that our education system truly responds to learners' needs. This effort goes hand in hand with the effective implementation of revised K to 10 curriculum and the strengthened senior high school program, so that every learner not only has a seat in the classroom, but also receives education that prepares them to the demands of today and opportunities of tomorrow. The challenges we face, learning poverty, teacher development, climate resilience, are not unique to one nation. They are shared responsibilities. We invite you to collaborate with us in research, in exchange programs, in co-creating open educational resources, and in advancing for greater investments in education. Let us leave this convention not just with ideas, but with connection, not merely with promises, but with concrete plans. Thank you. Mabuhay tayo lahat. Signed, Sonny Angara, Secretary, Department of Education. Maraming salamat.
Thank you very much, Ma'am Marina.
Please be on stage as we give you your certificate of appreciation, ma'am. Dr. Liza, we invite you please
Please
on
on
stage.
stage.
Okay, we read the citation. The Second Middle East Philippines United States Educators Convention, MEPHILUS, and the Fourth International Educators Convention, with our greatest appreciation for your invaluable support, this February 14, 2026, Mercure Hotel Downtown Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, signed by Ms. Liza Villariosa, President of FTech AFTA UAE, and also signed by Ms. Rina Pedaria, President of AFTA Incorporation. Thank you very much, ma'am. Let's give Hayes a round of applause. Thank you very much. Today, maybe invite everyone. Magkakaroon po tayo ng photos kasama ang ating mga dignitaries. So maybe request po
Ang ating dignitaries to be on stage. And tayo po lahat ay magkakaroon ng photo opportunity kasama ang ating mga dignitaries. Inviting everyone to stand up, please. Maybe invite the yes, ma'am. Yung po ating mga dignitaries dito sa unahan, and then we will take the picture from here, from the stage. So yung ating mga photographers will be from the stage. And everyone, please, let's have a group photo. Everyone, please. Inviting everyone. Ay, dyan, dito na lang ba tayo? Pwede ko press po tayo, ako press. Tayo po tayo. Kita ko sila, sir. Hindi ko masyado kanina dito, so medyo sisimulan lang kami. Pwede, yung ating mga gentleman, pwede dito na lang naman ang buko. Dito lang. Yung ating mga, pwede po mga gentleman dito. Pwede dito po yung mga dati po yung mga dito naman tayo sa akin. Yung mga ating mga boys. Yan. Yan. Steve. Yan. Hindi ko kayo kita dyan sa inyo. Ito naman tayo. Ayan. Gentlemen, isa po. Ayan. Okay. Okay na ba? Ayan. Thank you very much, everyone. Maraming salamat po. Let's all go back and settle as we move forward to our first session of our convention. Please, everyone, settle down. And you will be moving forward to our first session of our convention. Okay, everyone, please settle down so we can start the first session of our convention.
Switch ko sa'yo. Sir, okay lang daw.
May we call Secretary Dante and Honorable Ambassador Amba on stage. Dito na lang po tayo sa hand half pictures, please. Yes. Maybe call all the speakers as well to please join our dignitaries for one-time picture na dito. Everyone, please, all the speakers, please. Sir Dave. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you for speakers. Thank you. Thank you, Paul. So, okay, thank you very much, Amba. Maraming salamat po. Thank you. May we request everyone to please settle down as we move forward to the first session of our convention. Okay, moving forward,
Send ko ng
as we move and go to the first session, tackling the focus or the theme of our convention. So first session would be about paghati ng kaalaman or weaving for global education.
Yes.
So the first topic will be inside the Teacher Education Council, programs, mandates, and the global transformation of teacher education. It would be presented to mostly by Dr. Jenny V. Hodgson, Executive Director, 5, Teacher Education Council Secretary. However, it would be presented now by her Deputy Executive Director. So let me introduce the speaker for today. Dr. Neil Vincent Sandoval is currently serving as the Deputy Executive Director, 3 of the Teachers Education Council, TEC, an attached agency of the Department of Education where he plays a strategic role in advancing teacher education policy and systems in the country and beyond. He holds a postdoctoral diploma in quality management and completed his Doctor of Philosophy in Education, majoring in curriculum design, development, and supervision. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Neil Vincent Sandoval. Let's give her a round of applause.
Sige po. Okay po, ma'am. Go po.
Pwede namin babasa sa school. Pwede namin babasa sa school.
Wala siyang ano sa... Tapos ano ka ano siya? Yes, ayan na. Okay na po. Ah,
Ako po sa lahat.
yun na.
Good morning.
Yan, okay. So, to the Honorable Secretary of the Commission on Philippine Policies, Dante Pilit Act II, His Excellency Alfonso Jr., Ambassador of the Philippines to the United Arab Emirates, J. Osorio, Senior, Second Years in Education Adventure, Lideline B. Lariosa, the President of Chapter, organizers of the second MEP, or the Middle East Philippines USD Educators UAE chapter, our partners and academics across the Middle East, the Philippines, and the United States of America, and most importantly, to the reason we are gathered here today, our global Filipino teachers. Isa pong magandang umaga at isang mainit na pagbati sa inyong lahat. Although I am advanced of speaking from Manila, I feel the energy of this gathering. Truly, technology has allowed us to defy distance, much like how you, our global Filipino teachers, have defied borders to bring your excellence to the world. So when I look at the faces in the convention hall through this screen, and when I see the names crossing toward our I see the experiences of the Filipinos today. You have traveled thousands of miles, crossed continents, and adapted to new cultures. You have built a prosperous for your own families, and at last and third, you have raised the flag of the profession. You have shown the world that the Filipino teacher is a world-class citizen. No? That the Filipino teacher is resilient and that the Filipino teacher cares. So on behalf of the Teacher Education Council Secretary, I am presenting this Inside the Teacher Education Council presentation on behalf of our Executive Director 5, Dr. Jenny V. Hodgson. Next slide. So we'll start our discussion with the Filipino teachers that are shaping the classrooms globally. No? Some of you began your journey in the Philippines. No? Do you remember the days that you're a pre-service teacher? The late nights, crafting lesson plans on Manila paper because that time projectors are not available. The nervous trembling of your hands during your first teaching demonstration, praying your critic teacher would not spot the typo on your visual aid. You were honed in fire, you were trained not in the comfort of abundance, but in the creativity of scarcity. You learned to teach reading with nothing but a tattered book and your own animated voice. You learn to manage a class of 60, not with technology, but the sheer force of your presence. So many of you really began in the Philippine teacher education system. You were trained in the Philippines, you were part of our teacher education institutions. In fact, you took the licensure exam, no, as part of the licensing system, and you entered the classrooms. But I know that while your bodies are outside of the country right now, your heart remains in the country. I feel that when you read the news about our education system, you worry because you keep on asking yourselves, what is happening to the schools I left behind? What will happen to the children who will grow up to be my colleagues? So I am here today representing our council, the Teacher Education Council. We will have an honest conversation. I am here to tell you that the Philippines is no longer just dreaming of quality education. We are working and pushing for education reforms right now. We are moving with purpose, breaking old barriers, and constructing an education system not will that will not just welcome you home, but it's a one that you will be proud of to call your own. Currently, the Philippine teacher education system continues to face the same challenges. So we have misalignment between preparation and practice, and you know that the system is not really perfect. There is also that experience that uneven capacity of our teacher education institutions to deliver quality teacher education. Huh? Alam din po natin na sa ating mga reports, in the numerous studies, in the reports given to us by EDCOM 2, there is this teacher specialization mismatch. And then part of the messages and remarks a while ago is that there is this kind of career progression because previously we experienced limited systemic support for teacher career progression. Ito po yung ilang mga suliranin sa ating pong edukasyong pangguro na sinisikap po nating tugunan ngayon. At malaki po ang ating pagtitiwala na ito po ang panahon ng reforma, nandito po ang isang bagong ahensya na pinatibay na po at pinatatag to make sure that we will take care of our Filipino teachers. Next slide. I would like to introduce to you our government agency. Again, this is the Teacher Education Council. TEC is actually established in 1994. Marami po sa inyo nakabasa o narinig ang first EDCOM report. It was the first Congressional Commission on Education, and part of the results of the first EDCOM is to establish an agency, an office, to make sure that we will focus on teacher education or teacher development. That's why during the time in the 90s, there is this Teacher Education Council. No? Part of the recommendations of EDCOM 1 is to give focus and support to teacher education. However, 30 years after assessment, hindi po ganon katibay, hindi po ganon katatag, hindi po ganon yung ngipin na binibigay ng batas para po magbigay ng suporta sa ating mga guro. Through the Republic Act 11713 or the Excellence in Teacher Education Act. It's the law that strengthened the Teacher Education Council. That's why dahil po pinatibay, naniniwala po tayo na ito po ngayon ang mabisang paraan para po mas maging mabisa yung polisiya, programa at proyekto na magbibigay suporta sa ating mga guro. So it was enacted in 2022 and today, as we speak, as part of the General Appropriations Act enacted by Congress and approved by the President, TEC now is an attached agency to the Department of Education. So malinaw po ang ating batas, nasa RA 11713 at sa mga plano at polisiya ng gobyerno na dapat po mayroong ahensyang tumututok sa teacher education dahil ang paniwala po natin kakabit ng kalidad ng edukasyon is to make sure that our teacher education programs and all of our initiatives in terms of teacher education are okay and are at par with education or international standards. Next slide. This is the council. Sa ilalim po ng ating batas, we have our ex officio members. And I would like to enumerate our ex officio members. Under the law, the chairperson of the Teacher Education Council is the sitting DepEd Secretary. So in the person of Honorable Sani Angara, he acts as the ex officio chairperson of the Teacher Education Council. The vice chairperson is the Commission on Higher Education chairperson. So we have Chair Shirley Agrupis as the vice chair of the council. Dahil po may konsehong bumubuo, nakita po natin ng DepEd, nakita po natin ng CHED, meron po itong mga ex officio members composed of the heads of the agencies of TESDA, the Technical Education Skills Development Authority, the National Commission for the Culture and the Arts, and the Professional Regulations Commission. So TESDA DG, Secretary Kiko Benitez sits as the member together with NCCA Chair and Executive Director Eric Zerudo and PRC Chair Charito Zamora. So makikita nyo po, no, that there is this kind of collaboration among Philippine government agencies heading and leading the entire council. And then we have 4 regular members. Currently, meron pong 3. We have 3 appointments from Malacanang appointing the regular members for the council, representing the Council of Deans, the leaders of teacher education, private basic education institutions, and our school leaders. So we have Dr. Rose Marivic Villena Diaz, Father Onofre Jun Inocencio, and Dr. Maricris Asido Muega sitting as the regular members. And we're still waiting for 1 more regular member for the public basic education. So next slide. Ito po ang TEC Secretariat. So ang kaibahan po ng council at ang secretariat takes care of the day-to-day operations of the TEC. So we are headed by an Executive Director 5 with the rank of Undersecretary in the person of Dr. Jenny V. Hobson. Yours truly as the Deputy Executive Director 3. And we have currently 2 directors heading the Student Incentive Support Office, that's the CISO, the in charge of our Teacher Education Scholarship Program, the person of Director Adrian Lawrence Carvajal. And for the Finance and Administration Office, we have Director Gretel T. Ledesma. Next slide is actually the encapsulation, no? The thematic areas where TEC comes in. Pursuant to RA 11713, TEC is expected to do policy development in teacher education. So we craft the policies and at the same time the necessary standards. But again, the regulatory function among the TEIs remains with CHED. 2 is that TEC is composed of many agencies. It's all about the coordination and collaboration among the mandates of these different agencies. Nag-uusap-usap to make sure that on how these specific agencies and other government agencies and stakeholders can do for teacher education. Third is to do quality assurance in terms of teacher education. That's why later on you'll see our initiatives aligned, no, with the current standards that we have nationally and internationally. And fourth is the research and innovation for teacher quality. Because we believe that policy should be grounded and at the same time data-driven. So all of these are part of the usual day-to-day functions and the mandate of the Teacher Education Council. So gusto po namin pakilala sa atin pong mga kasamahan dito at mga kasamang guro that there is this vision, the collective vision, the shared destiny to make sure teacher education is working not only in the Philippines, but also for the rest of the world. And that is the roadmap drafted, developed, to make sure that we will support teacher education. So this is the Teacher Education Roadmap 2035. It's a decade-long strategy. The dream is a strategic plan, decade-long direction for the development and the professionalization of Filipino educators. So ito po ay dokumento, plano para sa guro kung paano po natin gagawin na suportahan sila sa susunod na mga taon. So we have the vision of providing or seeing quality Filipino educators, not just competent but also ethical, inclusive, resilient, and committed to their own growth and to developing locally and globally responsible, productive learners. So we divided our roadmap into 3 milestones: the foundation years until next year, mainstreaming years from 2028 to 2030, and the sustainability years from 2031 to 2035. So the roadmap is actually composed of four pillars. Pillar one is about elevating and promoting the teaching profession. Pillar two is about strengthening educator preparation. Pillar three is about investing in service development, career progression, and recognition. And pillar four is about broadening impact of teacher education. Makikita po natin under these pillars are the different strategic objectives. And I would like to point out that in this gathering, we see the potential of broadening impact. And part of Pillar 4 is to advance the internationalization of teacher education through globally enriched curricula, cross-border partnerships, and educator mobility initiatives. So when we say strategic objective 4.3, we do believe that it's not just in the context of Philippines, no? We are also benchmarking and making sure that our teacher education programs are at par in terms of global standards and make sure that our Filipino teachers can compete for the rest of the world. Next slide. You can see here, actually, the different initiatives to make sure that we advance the internationalization aspect. No? The integration of global best practices in terms of our teacher education curriculum so that our teachers are prepared well for the Philippines and for the rest of the world. We would like to highlight also supporting educator mobility because TEC believes that, again, it's part of the global uh, dynamics that we are not just working and teaching for the Philippines, but should be thinking uh, outside. No? So part of that is the development of structured exchange pathways for Filipino teachers abroad to contribute to Philippine teacher education and also the recognition of international teaching experience within career stage and professional growth frameworks. Part also of the plan and the initiatives of the Teacher Education Council is to formalize cross-border partnerships, no? Partnerships for joint programs in teacher training, research, and policy dialogue. Next slide. So what we are doing in the Philippines right now, would like to mention all of this. No? Uh, we're doing a lot in terms of teacher education. So next slide, you can see here the current work in the country in terms of reframing the pre-service teacher education curriculum. No? Bahagi na po ng reforma ay siguraduhin po na ang atin pong current curriculum ay narevisa po, naayos at ito po ay slated for implementation because we want to make sure that our teachers are more responsive, flexible, relevant, and future ready. So we mapped our curriculum with ASEAN quality reference frameworks. Again, the heart of this curriculum reform, reframing the pre-service teacher education curriculum, is about making sure that our Filipino teachers are of quality, they are content specialists, they are innovative, they are data informed, they are lifelong, life-wide learner, as well as inclusive and values driven. So the reframed curriculum visualizes how context in education serve both as a guide and goal of a teacher education curriculum and the goal of the teacher education curriculum that aims to develop a quality Filipino teacher. So ito po laman niya ang ilang mga uh, paniniwala at resulta ng pag-aaral to make sure that our teachers are well trained and they are prepared for the challenges of the profession. Next slide. Uh, we finished the work in terms of aligning the licensure examination of professional teachers in terms of the teacher education curriculum. Marami sa inyo nakapag-take ng exam pero hindi naman yun yung specialization. And good news is that last September 2025 exam, we added specializations no, sa atin pong LEPT to make sure that the curriculum and their program is actually aligned with the license aspect or the licensing system that we have. So we added early childhood, we added special needs education, we added the physical education separate with the cultural and arts education to make sure together with that BTV10 to make sure that all of these exams given by the Professional Regulations Commission they're matched with the standards given to them by their respective PEIs as regulated by the Commission on Higher Education. So this alignment ensures that the examination accurately reflects the competencies required for teaching at various educational levels and field of specializations. Next slide is the work of the different agencies, the Commission on Higher Education, DepEd, PRC, PEC, and EDCOM. No? We are monitoring TIs for transparency and accountability so that our teachers are really studying, honing their skills with the legitimate teacher education programs. So we launched the filter or the Philippine Teacher Education Registry. It's a national database of legitimate teacher education programs. Naririnig niyo siguro sa social media na ang ating mga teachers are actually victims of diploma mills and at the same time by institutions which are not part of the legitimate TIs under our existing laws. So to combat proliferation of diploma mills and unaccredited programs in teacher education, meron na pong nagbabantay, meron na pong listahan, may gabay po ang ating mga teachers to make sure that our teacher education programs, their credentials are well protected. Next slide is about designating teacher education centers of excellence. No? So, nandito po at alam po natin ang tinatadhana ng RA 11713 that the designation, the identification of centers of excellence in terms of the teacher education is part of the mandate of the Teacher Education Council. So, this year, actually, yesterday, that is the deadline of submitting the required means of verification and other documents for the application of teacher education centers of excellence, to make sure that we'll continue to support institutions training our teachers. So we have classified this into two. Dati meron po tayong centers of excellence at centers of development, but as part of the reform program under the designation of the Teacher Education Centers of Excellence, we have the National Teacher Education COEs na meron pong particular cut-off score, and then yung COD or the Center of Development is for the Regional Teacher Education COEs. So ito po yung initiative natin to identify and designate performing TEIs and provide the necessary incentives and support for these institutions. Part also of the work of the Teacher Education Council is to make sure that we will fund our would-be teachers in the future. So, under the law, at ito po isang magandang balita po para sa ating lahat, is that for the first time, under RA 11713, the Teacher Education Scholarship Program was established, And in fact, under the current 2026 General Appropriations Act, meron po na itong funding ng 103 million for the 1,200 scholarship slots covering the priority programs. Nakita po namin na meron po dapat tayong magiging tulong, magiging pagtingin, pagpaplano para sa special needs education, specialization together with GMRC and values education and early childhood education because per data, dito po tayo nagkukulang. At hindi lamang po siya bastang scholarship program. Part of the teacher education scholarship program is to also fund for their day-to-day needs. Alam po natin na hindi po tuition ang talagang hirap para makapagtapos ng pag-aaral, kundi yung pang-araw-araw na gasto. So bahagi po ng Teacher Education Scholarship Program ay ibigay po yung karampatang suporta sa mga estudyanteng masasabi natin best and the brightest so that they can enter the teaching profession. And at the same time, they'll be able to at least fund their needs to support their education to become teachers. So yan po ang magandang balita para sa scholarship program ng TEC. And then part of the work of the council is to recognize professional growth through career stage frameworks. So we're going to pilot the affirmation system because again, the opportunity for our teachers are actually to make sure that they can really enter the different career stages and at the same time support their career progression. So this career stage affirmation system is a comprehensive standards-based and competency-driven system that supports the professional growth of our teachers and also our school leaders across a continuum of career stages. So returning teachers, syempre po kapag plug in na po namin to, is that they can directly benefit from formal recognition of their overseas work. So we hope that we will be able to capture that kind of system in this career stage affirmation system. So baka dumating din ang panahon na kapag kayo nakapag-isip na bumalik at maging bahagi ng public school system at ng ating pong teaching workforce, ay hindi teacher 1 ulit ang pasok kundi mas mataas na po na entry level. So dito po natin makikita sa piloting ng career stage affirmation system ang posibilidad ng ganong sitwasyon. Next slide is to also support teacher development via the Teacher Education Excellence Center. No? As part of RA 11713, hindi lamang po dapat sa Metro Manila, meron po dapat ma-set up ng mga regional offices. No? Ang pagtingin po natin dito ay mas inovatibo dahil magkakaroon po ngayon ng presence ang TEC sa mga regional hubs so that we will be able to capture and respond more expeditiously and effectively to the needs of our regions. So part of the projects of the Teacher Education Excellence Center na meron na pong green light from the Department of Budget and Management is to do alternative pathways for educators and special populations. Dahil ang paniwala po natin sa pag-aaral at sa mga study na ang pagpasok po sa pagtuturo ay hindi po yung katulad ng nakasanayan natin na traditional na metodo na. Kailangan nag-aral ka eduk, doon ka papasok. May mga pagkakataon at may mga modelo na po ng pagiging guro na hindi dumaan sa ganong aspeto. So, we'll do alternative pathways for our educators, mga discipline-based programs on how they can be supported to enter the teaching profession. That's part of the work. The modes of flexible teacher education program, the mentoring models, induction programs, and the learning support programs that will provide the necessary support to the needs of every locality, of every region. So, yan po ang sinasagot ng ating Teacher Education Excellence Center. So, when you come home to the Philippines, you will return to a teacher education after all of these initiatives that we are really studying, working, and actively transforming toward one clear alignment between preparation and practice. We hope to do stronger quality assurance systems in teacher education. We hope to support the realization of our Philippine professional standards by defining career progression. The ethical and professional recognition frameworks also are part of the consideration and the space for global expertise to contribute. Next slide. So, again, dear colleagues, we cannot build this alone. So, the work of reform is actually a marathon. We are undoing years and decades of neglect. But under the new era of this education reform, we are committed to principal transformation. So we're fixing the house, we're making sure that that kind of diaspora of teachers bring global insights, no? And at the same time, the experience in terms of international classroom shape new competencies, and we do believe that cross-border experience strengthens curriculum reform. Huh? So to our global Filipino teachers, we hope that you will continue to shine, continue to be the gold standard, but every now and then look back home. We are currently fixing the house, we are strengthening the pillars. I am here virtually yet wholeheartedly to deliver this presentation because we commit to building an education system that is robust, meritocratic, and advanced so that one day when you decide to pack your bags and come home, you will find an education system that is not broken but thriving. We are supporting this for the love of our teachers. Please, please help us build this future. Together, we will rise. Para sa bata at para sa bayan, mabuhay ang Global Filipino Teachers, mabuhay ang Teacher Education Council, mabuhay ang Bagong Pilipinas. Muli, magandang umaga at maraming salamat.
Ayan, go.
That's the spirit of hybrid. Yeah, this is the preparation for our excellent pathway for a brilliant educator. Meron pa sana kaming mga tanong, do. Oh,
Ay, it's ano actually. Nasaan?
nag-recess si Doc. Nako.
I will chat.
Yeah, okay. While waiting for Dr. Neil to be back, supposedly we have
Ayan.
Dok, magandang umaga po. Magandang hapon. Magandang umaga mula sa amin dito sa Gitang Silangan.
Magandang umaga po at magandang hapon sa amin dito sa Pilipinas.
Magandang hapon sa ating bansang Pilipinas. Thank you very much, Doc, for a very transformative and brilliant presentation. It inspires our educators all over the world, to be honest. I am not an educator, but I was inspired of the pathways that you have provided for our teachers that would be a stepping stone to be more to be ready and more globally competitive. Maraming salamat for doing that pathway. So we just have a few questions in here, if you will allow us to do it. So number one, Doc, how well our current teacher education programs preparing educators for the realities of multicultural and global classrooms? So when we are going back, we would like to understand how well our current teacher education programs preparing educators for the realities of multicultural and global classrooms.
Yeah. Thank you for that question, ma'am. No? Part of actually assessment is that we are not really preparing our teachers, no? In terms of the current curriculum, that's why we're trying to reframe our teacher education curriculum. Part of the unique features of this reframed curriculum in order to fix, no? And at the same time, make sure that our teacher education programs are responsive to the needs of the current needs of the time. Again, it's not multicultural, it's not diverse, it's not inclusive. That's why um, part of the program outcomes of the Reframed Teacher Education Curriculum is to support our would-be teachers in terms of the different learning spaces. Marami na pong demands ngayon, no? Marami na pong mga pag-aaral na nagsasabi na ang current curriculum natin hindi hinahanda ang ating mga teachers para sa inclusive and special needs context ng ating classroom. Marami po tayong mga batas na nakita sa Pilipinas na sumusuporta sa inclusion and at the same time diversifying, no, yung ating diverse yung ating population. So ang ating referring teacher education curriculum, isa sa mga ina-address niya ay meron na pong mga kurso na sa lahat po dapat ng mga magiging guro, meron dapat inclusive and special education component. Bahagi din po ay yung isang taong practicum na dati po ay 3 buwan, 6 na buwan, napakabilis. Dapat meron pong isang taon na ang paniwala po namin is that teacher education is an experiential course. It's not a theoretical one. So yung practice-based, dapat binibigyan ng mas maraming panahon and at the same time, they should be exposed to different learning environment. So we're considering multiculturalism and at the same time inclusion as part of the necessities of the current times as inputs to the reframed teacher education curriculum. At yun po yung ginagawa natin to make sure that our teachers, our Filipino teachers, would-be Filipino teachers, are prepared for that aspect.
Longer lead time so that it would be more quality in terms of having the results or outcome. So do we have any questions from our audience? Yes, ma'am.
Argina Barbo from National Organization of Professional Teachers Incorporated dito sa UAE. So, kaka-mention ni Sir ni Ambassador kanina, we are the organization who do reviews for upcoming teachers who will be taking the NET exam. So, the foremost, thank you very much for showing us that roadmap. We as a teachers who are working here in the UAE, you make us excited to go home, knowing that there is a path or a roadmap that is being made for us. My question is, given the technology and the changes in classroom settings right now, in what ways must teacher education evolve to address digital, hybrid, and future-ready learning environments?
Can you repeat again the question?
In what ways?
Changes in investments?
In what ways must in what ways must teacher education evolve to address digital, hybrid, and future-ready learning environments?
Yeah. Part of actually considerations of our current initiatives in the TEC and at the same time our current work in terms of the reframed teacher education curriculum is that we must also consider, no, the needs of our teachers. So we're trying to equip and train or upskill and reskill our teachers to be at the same time IT enabled, part of the additional features of the current work right now to prepare our teachers is to really go with data analytics, expose them with artificial intelligence. So they are part, no, of the necessary training. We embedded technology use in the professional education and specialization programs na dati wala. No? Remember that in the previous or the current, not the refrain, is that it didn't consider the advanced educational technologies that we have. So AI, for one, is part of the considerations of making sure that we will develop in the next 3 to 4 years. Alam niyo po yung Refrain Teacher Education Program, inalis po yung ilang mga subjects na ang tingin po namin ay hindi naman kailangan for teacher education preparation, but focus on longer practicum and at the same time, additional professional education subjects that will capsulate everything that they need so that they can navigate the current work, no, in terms of the teaching and learning process. So education technologies embedded in the specialization and professional education programs. We considered artificial intelligence and at the same time data analytics so that teachers after 3 to 4 years they can really maximize and at the same time navigate the current demands. Kasi ngayon, ang nakita namin, may mga teachers tayo in the field that they are not prepared, they are not well equipped compared with their students. Their students are digital natives, they're so advanced. So part of the reform program, most especially in terms of preparing our teachers, is to equip them with the necessary skills so that they are digital, they are future ready teachers, and those who can really manage the teaching learning process. Remember that in the pandemic, nagkaroon pa ng lull moments, no, ng mga adjustments for them to be able to manage hybrid learning environments. Marami sa mga teachers, and we have numbers, that teachers resigned or retired because they cannot navigate. So inputs yon in terms of our referent teacher education program. And we hope to see and at the same time reap the fruits of the referring teacher education programs in order to produce teachers who are not just technology driven but also they are future ready educators in the future.
So thank you very much, Dr. Lee. It's very important really to prepare our teachers for more, intellectual, digital, intellectual AI, with procedures and procedures of teaching, like what you've mentioned. Most of the students now are more really advanced. Madaling pala, digital information ang mga bata. So it's really important that we embed this skill to our teachers para mas maging yung pathway natin or journey towards this will be done. So we only have like one more question, okay, for last 5 minutes. Yes, ma'am.
Good morning and good afternoon sa inyo po. Well, I'm not so concerned about the digital thing. I myself is an immigrant. Okay, but my concern is the early childhood education, 0 to K-3 also, because in most of my seminars for teachers, they are not really honed on the teaching of reading. This is a crisis in our country, not only in our country, but globally. And I don't know what is Chad doing now to try to reinvent the curriculum for K-3 or early childhood, because teachers are not really prepared that much to teach reading.
Mukhang natakot daw sa...
Hello?
Yeah, no, you're back. Yes, no, go ahead, please.
I think we stop in terms of chat. Is that chat programs in early childhood?
Especially for teacher education. That may be chat, and of course, instead of removing course
JM Lorenzo.
in developmental reading, which they removed. Okay, and that's the reason why those teachers, when they go out to teach in grade 1 to 3, are wanting on how to teach beginning reading. And the emphasis now of the president is on early childhood, that by the time they go to kinder and grade 3, our children are already leaders. So maybe, I don't know what is the idea of the EEC to recommend or maybe advise Chen to do something. The emphasis now globally is on the science of reading and the science of learning. Okay, maybe that can suggest that a course be added or some subjects that give weight to those. And when we're talking about psychology, that is included in there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Doc?
Yeah. The concern is actually on early childhood, right? Because the sound is not clear, no? The idea of TEC to recommend in terms of developmental reading, is that one? Tama po ba? Is it possible for a type question so that I can address or answer the question raised?
Doc, can you hear us clearly, Doc?
The sound is not clear, so
Can you hear now? Is it better?
yeah.
Okay, all right. We'll do the same thing. We'll repeat one more time.
Okay. Teacher education curriculum or developmental reading is over, but that was removed by Chen. And so it hampers the preparation of teachers who are going to teach in kinder up to grade 3 or even in the first phase of education. So maybe TEC can do some recommendation on going back to developmental reading or suggest a course that would be aligned to the science of reading and the science of learning. Thank you.
Doc,
Ayan.
you're okay? Okay na po.
Yeah.
Good. Okay, please stop.
Again, we have actually courses in the professional education programs in the refrain teacher education curriculum that focuses on the theories of literacy. No, part of the content of that is to have discussion on the theories of literacy. You know, when you develop a curriculum, should also strike balance in terms of the number of subjects and the number of years, no? The current work of TEC in terms of referring teacher education curriculum is that we view that given their basic education background, no? Yung pong kanilang pre-collegiate programs, and then the requirements of the teacher education program. Nakikita po natin is that minimum they can graduate in terms of 3 years. So we cannot afford really numerous courses, but we'll make sure that all of the requirements, most especially in terms of the literacy and numeracy, they are part of the considerations of the refrain teacher education curriculum. Be considered heavily, no, the foundational skills. So, in terms of the Bachelor of Early Childhood Education and Elementary Education, there's the specific specialization course on pedagogy and the teaching of reading and literacy. So hindi lang po siya generic developmental reading, but the focus is on the pedagogy and teaching literacy. So again, part din po of the necessary support to make sure that we have adequate and performing functional early childhood educators is the large chunk of the scholarship grants given to ECE majors. So the TESP is actually focused on three specialization programs, the GMRC, the special needs, and early childhood education. So just to give an answer in terms of the angle of early childhood education. And in terms of our Teacher Education Excellence Center, I discussed that no, as part of the current TEC work. TEC will focus also in terms of supporting programs in service training programs for our teachers. In fact, ma'am, no? In fact, the current curriculum of teacher education, hindi pa po yung refrain, the current curriculum, it really lacks no, the necessary support for reading. No? That's why TEC will not just depend on the formal or the mainstream curriculum. The refrain teacher education curriculum can also feature an additional certificate or specialization. So hindi lang po yung regular curriculum, pwede po may certificate program. Kasama po dyan yung reading education at yung other specializations na kailangan po. So hindi lang po yun, I think, sa subject, but we can really angle it on in terms of the the topics and at the same time the subjects under those programs. So I think TES is working not to forget reading, but to support the needs of our would-be teachers to facilitate teaching reading and the science of learning.
All right, so if we still have other questions, we can write it down, you can give it to us, and then the FIPA will be able to put it together and send it to our speakers so they can get back to us after some time of the reading of those questions, okay? Thank you, Doc. Well, please, let's give him a round of applause. Doc, just please remain, we'll just provide you the certificate of appreciation. May we request Doc Liza to please come on stage, and Ma'am Marina to receive the award on behalf of Doc Jen and Doc Neil. Sir Hubert, can we also invite you on stage, please? Let me read the citation, Doc. So the certificate of appreciation is further presented to Doc Jen V. Hobson, Executive Director 5, Teacher Education Council Secretariat, for serving as one of the resource speakers in the Second Middle East Philippines United States Educators Convention, MEPHILUS, and 4th International Educators Convention, held under the theme Pusol, Paghabi at Paghubog ng Kaalaman tungo sa Pandaigdigang Antas, Shaping the Future of Education Across Borders. In recognition of the valuable insights and expertise shared through the session entitled Inside the Teacher Education Council, Programs, Mandates, and the Global Transformation of Teachers' Education, your contribution has greatly enriched the discourse, inspired educators, and strengthened global collaboration in advancing quality teachers' education beyond borders. Given this 14th day of February 2026, at Mercure Hotel Downtown, Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. Signed by the President of the AFTA UAE, Ms. Liza Villariosa, and President AFTA Incorporated, Rina O. Pidaria. Thank you very much, Doc Neil, on behalf of Doc Jenny. It's been a really a work and an amazing interaction and understanding what's the purpose for the TDC to our educators. Maraming salamat po.
Maraming salamat po. On behalf of Dr. Jenny Hoxon and the Teacher Education Council, isa pong karangalan na makasama kayo ngayong umaga.
Maraming salamat po. And for our second speaker, we move on to the second topics of today's conventions. Under pa rin sa paghabi ng kaalaman, Weaving Foundation for Global Education. The second topic would be entitled The U.S. Education System in Practice. What teachers can learn from American school. So our speaker for today is a professor of chemistry at Pace University, where he also serves as Associate Director of the Forensic Science Program and Director of the
Simple process. So the
something that to focus, press down halfway on your shutter release, and then all thing that's off center in the frame, simply use the multi-selector to move your focus point there. To focus, press down halfway on your shutter release, and then all the way
committed to equity, collaboration, and excellence. Clemson continues to elevate teaching and learning standards across the UAE while inspiring Filipino educators locally and globally. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Clemson A. Sinalina.
Magandang umaga po sa inyo lahat. Good morning, Rashid Zaidi sa bayan ngayon. Welcome to our participants here at the AB's First
Yung
Engineer.
kinakatakot ko eh.
Kung niyo pong tingnan, yes, I'm 32. Bata ka pa ako. Okay, before we begin, grabe yung adjustment natin dito. Okay, before I begin, I want to start this presentation or this session with a simple goal. I need 3 strong, brave volunteers. Sino po? I need. Sige, let's see.
Ayan, so. Ay, hindi. Naano siya. Ako na lang, sir.
Hindi po. Sorry na lang po ang isa.
Sir Clint, parang technical siguro. Ganun ka lang sa amin, sir. Tingnan lang namin sa'yo na pag ganun, timingan na lang namin. Timingan na lang namin. Pag ganun, timingan na lang namin, ha? Yes, sir.
Yung strong dyan. Okay, this is just a simple goal. So along the way, I'll be embedding best practices that you can just apply in your own space. Okay? So, the mechanics of the game is just so simple. What's inside the box, or what's inside the bag, you have to solve it within 1 minute. Okay? Ready for the challenge? Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
Pero kasi, pwede siya. Hindi ko pa rin mag-gets yung mechanism niya. Ibang sabi, dalawang nagiging factor.
Seryoso naman nila nyo. Okay, time is up, right? Time is up, okay. Now let's ask them for their reflection while doing it.
It's really hard. I think for a minute to solve a Rubik's Cube, you should be like an expert. I've done this a lot of times. Not a lot of times, a gazillion times.
It's something complicated.
You really need the right strategy to get the answer. Palakpakan naman natin sila. Thank you for such a big... Undiagnosed ADHD po ako according to my principal. I'm serious po, because my principal is diagnosed ADHD. So sabi niya sa akin, ADHD po daw ako. So but then undiagnosed po ako, just to tell her. Okay, now the real question is, why does it happen? Imagine the color of those or in that Rubik's Cube symbolize your students. When we don't fully understand the context or the structure itself, it's very difficult for us to help our students in terms of their strength and in terms of their
needs. is grade 3. Is it possible? Yes. The attainment is grade 4, but my level is grade 2 or grade 1 based on my data. And that is the reason why we have a problem with our educational system. Okay, let's continue. Attainment, progress. Progress talks about progress in the lesson, progress in differentiated group, and progress in terms of individuality. Learning skills. Are you using HAS question, time management, resources? Are your students collaborating? How are they in terms of engagement? How are you in terms of your relationship with your kids? That talks about teaching. Teaching is how you communicate with your students, and it focuses on content knowledge. Tandaan po natin, hindi po sa lahat ng bagay magaling po tayo, kaya inaaral po natin ang lesson natin. And we have to always put in our mind na hindi tayo magaling para mas gumaling pa tayo. Right? Now, let's focus on the last one, teaching assessment. For me, this is the key. You are a weak teacher. I'll give you an example. We're doing the diagnostic test in the Philippines, right? We call it as baseline in the ministry. When you're doing the diagnostic, why is that? After the diagnostic, what happened to the data? It's just there. Then, si teacher magtuturo ng Common Core State Standard Grade 4 solve multi-steps using, let's say, solve work problem involving multiplication. Yun po yung standard. Ngayon, nag-model si teacher. After modeling ni teacher, sabi ni teacher sa estudyante niya, answer 1 to 6. Am I correct? Automatically, that's a weak lesson. How? What did you do with your data? You know for a fact that based on your data, your student is maybe a grade 4 student within the class below 2 or below 1. How? Example, bigyan ko kayo ng example. Nung high school po ako, grade po ako sa mga guro ko. They're teaching me, let's say, grade 7 standard, but my level is grade 4. So, hirap na hirap akong umintindi ng math. Because my learning gap. So, hindi pa na-fix ang bridge, binigyan na ako ng standard na mataas. So, that is the problem. Now, I'll give you some practical examples, okay? Concrete examples for you to be able to understand how these priorities are brought into life for daily practice. This is an example of our lesson plan. By the way, our teachers are not creating lesson plan. We have a system or curriculum developer who's doing this. We are just personalizing it. In the Philippines, teachers, at paghaba ng inyong lesson plan, sobrang detail. And by the way, look at the starter. It's ChatGPT. May teacher na nagpo-post sa social media, galit daw siya sa mga guro, hinahigit ang mga bata gumamit ng ChatGPT. So where is AI? Where is technology? Masyado po tayo nilibak sa Pilipinas. Yung PL, simplify. Then yung, oh, by the way, we're using cognitive affective and psychomotor in the Philippines, right? Here, my only concern when using cognitive affective and psychomotor, that should be already part of your lesson. It should be steps. I'm not saying this is applicable for you, just to give you an idea. Step 1, determine the cost, add the total, explain. When you're doing your steps, or you call this success criteria, it's very important that it's simplified and child-friendly. And it should be, the focus is the steps. How I will solve a certain problem na madadalian ako. Because again, you go back to the fact that 50% of your students are low ability. Within the spectrum, which is exactly ADHD, or maybe middle ability, or high ability. Or I would say also, we stretch it into gifted and talented based on their data, or achievement growth. Mental math, let's say, mental math is part of our fluency. This is just quick. Have you observed that there is a timer? When we flash the question, students will answer it right away. And that's how fast it is. Starter is just quick. Here in the starter, we allow our student to see, think, wonder, observe. What do you see within the picture? What is the question that you want to ask by looking at this picture? This prompt in math, what we are exactly doing, we make sure that our students can speak in English or at least a simple sentence. Let's continue. We are following a gradual release model, which is I do, we do, you do. Okay? This is just an example. Miss, next, let's go to the PowerPoint. I'll give you an example.
Yeah.
Okay, this is an example of PowerPoint. What have you observed with the keywords? It's translated into Arabic. Why? Because we have ELA students and we scaffold learning to them. Sa Pilipinas, pag hindi ka marunong, pag puro English ka, wow. Pag nagtatagalog ka lang, weak. But that's not the basis of intelligence. Di ba? So, the reason why we're putting a keyword there is because we want to scaffold learning. Now, let's continue. Starter. The starter. I allow my students choose your own task. That's bronze, silver, and gold. It means they choose one task only. What have you observed with the question? Is it the same question? Yes or no? Yes. But you cater the needs of your students. Look at the gold task. That is a word problem that when you teach the gold task, you will achieve the bronze and you will achieve the silver. You cater the needs of your students based on data. Lahat ba ng bata sa Pilipinas matatalino? Hindi. We have to support them based on data. I will go back to the reality. Teacher will model, answer 1 to 6. Pag hindi nasagutan ng bata, bobo si bata. Kasi hindi nakikinig sa guro. That's the sad truth. When we exactly teaching, make sure you differentiate learning based on their ability. Example, when I'm doing the I do, I flash the question. Ito yung pinaka-problema sa Pilipinas when you're teaching. Teacher's talk. Ang dami nating pasado. Right? And good morning everyone, you have a script. Today, am I correct? Ang haba ng spiel natin. Right away, I will get the knowledge stick. I will pick up, Muhammad, read the word problem. Muhammad will come as a student teacher, read the question, now I will do the modeling. I do means teacher. When you're doing your modeling, make sure that students are engaged. What have you observed in the picture? Needs, ano pa? A student, or let's say, an Emirati student, it is linked to their national identity. Every problem is connected to their own real-life situation. Ano mga terminologies na ginagamit nila para mas madali nila maintindihan. Rather than using wall, use, ano pa nga pwede gamitin natin? Ito. Ano pa? Diba? Use and integrate our culture, our heritage. Next. Then, when you're doing the we do, it's collaboration. They're talking about that certain topic and it should be the same question. Have you observed teachers in the Philippines? After the teacher model, they're allowing you to answer different problem.
Yes.
That's how I'm referring to the format. Then there is exactly now confusion. Right? It should be same format. How you start the question should be the same format with that question in IQ so that your student can understand how you model the step. You said, count the total, divide into equal groups, check and write your answer. And that's the only way for you to cater the needs of your students. Mukhang ayaw na sa akin na ano. No na, nagagalit na siya siguro. In the video also, make sure that your group, by the way, in the Philippines, ilan po ba dapat ang grupo ng bata kapag sumasagot ng collaboration? 6 to 8? Question, ito yung ginagawa ng ibang bata. Wala. Audience. Ang realistic po ay dapat 2 to 3. Because they share responsibility. One is writing the answer, two are giving ideas. Because the fact that we want to avoid misconceptions, everyone should participate. Usually, before the we do, I'm doing an AFL. AFL means assessment for learning to check if they understand the lesson. By that moment, you can exactly check in each group if there is misconception. And that's the time that you will reteach the specific sample kasi hindi pa nila na-gets. When I'm doing that, okay, next. Okay. This is what have you observed? Progression. How did we start in terms of starter? Is it the same question? Is it the same? The same. Nakikita niyo po kung ano po yung starter natin. Ganun po yung modeling natin. And then hanggang dulo, ganun po yung approach natin. Because we want to cater the needs of the students. Minsan sinasabi, ang hina naman ng bata ko. As I said, ask yourself, may ginawa ka ba sa data? Kasi kung wala, biniplay mo ang bata, kawawa naman yung bata. Kasi not good enough siya, which is, ang mag-mirror dapat ng values na yung is what? Si teacher, dapat grabe yung tiwala mo sa estudyante mo. Next. Observe the group. Sa Pilipinas, ganito po yung problem. Nakita niyo po yung road. Lahat po ng bata sa sabon ng ganyan. Sad to say, hindi po lahat ng bata nakakamitin. They don't have comprehension level. So, if I'm allowing my student to answer this, I always say, choose your task. If the student cannot comprehend gold, they have to go down to silver. If you don't understand silver, go down to bronze. If they're finished bronze, move to silver. That's how we give the needs of the students. Look at challenge. Nakita niyo po yung my QR code? That's vocab. You can use that one in your lesson. There is a translation, let's say from English to Arabic, English to Filipino, because you want to scaffold and support the students. Okay, I'll give you an example in English. Ako po yan, ginamit lang ako ng isang guro namin. Kasi gusto niya daw magpapaimbari sa akin. Para automatic outstanding po daw siya. By the way, Pilipino po yun. Uso po sa atin ang 6 yun. No? It becomes a norm, by the way, in culture. This is the problem in the Philippines. You're teaching a genre, let's say, a narrative text. Paano ko kayo natuturo ng narrative text? Yung bata naman hindi makapaghawak ng pencil. They don't even understand now adjective. They don't know capital letter, full stop. When we're teaching English, this is based on the writing letter. Maybe punctuation, grammar, let's say phonics, spelling, letter formation. This is based on that. Every day, my skills po silang sinusunod. And it's added every day. The LO is to write simple sentence. I went to the park, full stop. Example, that's the sentence. Question, is there a question pronoun? Is there a verb? Is there a noun? Achieve ang LO? Ganun po kasimple magturo. How do we differentiate this? You challenge your student because, as we said, we have gifted and talented students or high ability students. So how are you going to do that? Allow the students to write a sentence or multiple sentences using adjective. So the starting point of your student is different from one another. May bata po na ang ginagawa nila ng CBC, may nagsusulat po ng sentence na, may nagsusulat na po ng paragraph. Hindi po sila lahat magsusulat ng paragraph using narrative text. That's how we differentiate. Look at the 5-step sentence. Think, I went to the park. Let's count, everybody. I went to the park. How many words? 5. Now, let's say, I went to the park. Then action. I went to the say, park. And then you ride. Do you see? They're doing the four skills already. Even though the target here is just like a writing process. Keywords. This is my favorite. We call this as TPR or total physical response. Everybody is standing, and then after that, they will action the words. Okay, follow me. I, he, she, we. What's the purpose of TPR? To scaffold again, to support the students. Right? So, di ba sinasabi, no student should be left behind. Pero, may left behind pa rin because of the way we teach. We write, my favorite. The teachable model, I do. When the teacher is modeling, I do. This is exactly based on the skills. Okay, let's say, I went to the park, let's say. Now, the sentence is small letter I, W, N, T, park, P, R, K, no full stop. That's how I write my sentence. Now, I can tell my student that, I have a perfect sentence. Most of your students, especially the higher, they're gonna say, no, mister, that is a wrong sentence. And that's right away, they're gonna say, what's wrong with my sentence? They're gonna say, wrong, and it should be capital letter, wrong spelling, and that is still based on the skills that they need to develop. Diba? So tingnan nyo, nag-capital letter, punctuation, finger space, in-apply pa din nila. And then they need to, after that, students will get their whiteboard. Now they will create their own sentence. Look at the picture. What do you see? Facing, voicing. And then, everybody look at the picture. Palagay highlights. Sometimes when they're noticing whisper, look at the picture. Change the mode. Energy matters. It changes the mode or the mood of the environment. AFL the same. Differentiated. Database. We gave the grades to the students based on their data. Galit ka mo ba sa akin? Oh, by the way, when they're doing the U right, there is a cow music. You do means independent. They have to do their work alone. When the cow music started, therefore, everyone should do their work by their own pacing. Wala pong magulo. While doing the you do, si teacher nasa unahan. May standing flip chart, nagre-teach sa low ability. Si teaching assistant, nag-teach sa isang table to support the students. Sa Pilipinas po, wala po tayong teaching assistant. Ang population po ng classroom natin, 40, 30, right? Sad to say. Hindi ko po dinidegrade ang Pilipinas, ha? Ito po ang reality na kailangan ko lang buksan ng aking pag-iisip. Kasi ito lang po yung, kumbaga, ang katotohanan ang magpapalayo sa iyo. Now, let's continue. Now, when they're writing their sentence, okay, highlight the pronoun. Highlight the verb in red. Now use peer assess. Now you have an answer key and students will check by their own. Or you can do self-assess also for them to be reflective of their own work. Now, this is, sino ba may idea ng talk for writing? Okay, this is similar, sort of, this is a process, this is very applicable in high school. When you're saying the writing process, it's not only writing, you're targeting 4 skills. I'll give you an example. The genre is narrative, write a narrative based on the picture. Code task means you want to get the knowledge of your students that they really know or they have an idea about the topic. Read the text. Understand the key features. Draw using a story map or organizer. What's the flow of the story? And then when they're exactly innovating, students will write their own story by changing the character, changing the setting, changing, let's say, the plot or the problem. So students will exactly stand in front of each other, then they will explain it with each other in terms of the content of the story. Sometimes they have to act. Plan is boxed up. We write is we will model the structure. You write. The students will create their own paragraph, and then they will edit, and then they will do peer assess, and then they will publish. Ano ba yung nakikita sa starter? Anong picture? Dulo, integration natin. National identity. Di ba? So, gumamit tayo yung bahay kubo. Lagay nyo dyan. Di ba? Next, let's continue, miss. Let's move to the next slide. Now, I'll give you some glimpse ng mga best practices na ginagawa natin at school. Look at science lesson. Hands-on. Then, some of the pictures that you can see that is extracurricular activities based on their interest. Baka gusto nila ng arts. When we are conducting our lesson observation or our lesson, everything is hands-on. But we have a storage room like this in the campus where the teachers and the teaching assistant will just go there and get everything that they want. Sa Pilipinas, kaya po natin gawin? No. Kasi kung ang sabi, wala budget. Believe me, there's budget. Believe me, there's budget. Next. No, let's go. Let's go back. Look at the copybooks. There is marking and feedback, and that is exactly the expectation. This is an example of home learning packs. We send it to the kids as part of their extension task. This is not an assignment and it's not mandatory, but if they want to practice based on the lessons, we're providing them. We are sending weekly newsletter for the parents to be able to understand what is our topic this week and what are the topic for the coming weeks and what are the events that are coming. Seating plan, tingnan niyo po yung seating plan. Color-coded. Why? Because it's easy for us to understand the needs of our kids. Nakalagay above, expected below. That's how we cater our students. Pero we don't label our kids have. Hindi po natin pwedeng sabihin, hoy, bronze ka. Hoy, silver ka. Hoy, gold ka. That's why I said, choose your task. Kasi kung dito sa iyo, baka makulong ka. Kasi we have a child protection policy and safeguarding policy. At alam niyo po kung gaano strict ang UAE. Hindi mo pwedeng sabihin niya kasi si bata, Baba, my teacher told me I'm bronze. The next day, you have a letter saying termination. That's how strict. Sa Pilipinas, may hindi tayo ganyan ka-strict. Sige lang, kung ano lang ang treat natin, gawin natin. We have a class data. Our teachers understand their data. They analyze it. And then they put some intervention, push in, pull outs, and how they can exactly support specific kids. If you can see that picture, students are using technology. They have one-to-one iPad that they are using for educational tools and platform. That platform, it is not just a platform na gusto lang namin. That platform is connected with their data. Example, the math of the kid is, let's say, 129. The question that appears on the platform is based on the knowledge of the kids. Tayo po mga Pilipino, matulungin po tayo kahit saan na tayo dalhin. That's one of my passion during Ramadan. We're giving gifts or food, especially sa mga, alam mo yun, mga truck driver, kasi syempre, yung time nila, tapos Ramadan time, tapos kailangan nilang mag-fasting. Expectations for the kids. When they're going to the canteen, even falling in line, we have parents coffee morning, where parents are attending every third week of the month, where we explain everything in terms of standard, in terms of support, how can they help their students at home. And kapag, eto po, I don't know sa province po, I'm from Capiz by the way, I'm from Western Visayas. Kapag po, before, magpupunta kami sa field trip, ang field trip po namin, hindi align po sa pinag-aaralan namin. Dinala po kami ng teacher namin sa farm. Pero yung topic po namin ay malayo. So, lahat po ng field trips nila ay connected sa kanilang curriculum. I'm allowing also my teachers to present best practices. If you can see, they're using puppet, they're using hands-on activities. We have washing line for reference, resources are ready. Our blackboard, sa Pilipinas, iba po, naglalagay kayo ng mga boards sa likod. English, Math, Science, ano po yung dinidikit natin? Kahit ano lang. That is a blackboard. Blackboard must be updated every week, and you have to use that. There should be keywords, there should be pictures, there should be collaborative work, because your purpose is to exactly model student work. Hindi po yan sa iyo as guro. Ang gusto niyo po ay matuto ang inyong anak. Online platforms, if you can see Raz Kids, palagi silang nagko-compete dyan kung punta sila sa board. They're checking if their name is one of the top 3 students. Hands-on, even our table during inspection, students are answering on the digital TV. We have student assessment, our singing is doing their work, we have innovation area, online platforms, and we have, for push-ins or pull-outs, we have an area where we exactly help our students to do their work. By the way, that picture, tingnan niyo po, parang yung mga bata, but all of them are gifted and talented. I have one grade 2 student who is considered genius based on the data. Example, they were problem po dyan. Within 5 seconds, kaya nang sagutan. Ganyan po ka-focus ang UAE in terms of using data to support the needs of the kids. Okay, let's compare the Philippines and the UAE in terms of the following. Governance and structure, I would say funding. Pahabyawan ko lang po. Okay, I only have 10 minutes, I know. Philippines, we have a decentralized system. What I'm trying to say, why decentralized? We have DepEd, we have SHED, we have TESDA. We have a strong national policies, but it varied in terms of implementation across the region. Iba-iba po ang pagkaintindi ng mga tao sa Pilipinas, and I don't know why. And the reason why also kasi decentralized nga siya. Now, in case of UAE, it's centralized. Why? Because it's just under the Ministry of Education. And it has a strong framework under this evaluation framework. That's it. Wala pong madaming branch. Isa lang ang pinagkukunan ng lahat, kailangan kopyahin kung paano po ang daloy ng pagtuturo. Budget, sensitive topic. From the federal budget, MOE will get the budget direct to the school. Philippines, national budget, Congress, DBM, DepEd, regional, division, school.
Wala na.
Sorry, but that's the cost of corruption. Believe it or not. Misuse of funding, procurement. Meron ako accountant na kaibigan na nasa DepEd ngayon. Sabi niya sa akin, ano ba yung gagawin ko? Kasi pag na-report ko to yung principal ko, ako din yung mapapahamak. At sad to say po, totoo po yan. It becomes a norm and culture na okay lang po magnakaw ng kawan ng bayan. Imagine, you are an educational sector, Pero, tapos nagtuturo tayo ng values formation. Di ba? Like, pasensya na po, pero ang sakit sa loob. Hindi nyo kasi ninanakawan ang taong bayan lang, future ang mga bata. And teachers, I know that you can relate to this. Curriculum focus, we have a K to 12 curriculum, right? Foundation skills, competency based, but then there is a problem in terms of reform, in terms of the crisis of bridging the educational gap. As I've said, kasi nga, grade 7, pero grade 2 ang level. Grade 10, pero grade 7 ang level. Kasi nga, hindi natin kinikater yung needs nila. In the UAE, this is based on the 21st century education skills. By the way, teachers, baka nasa 4 C's pa din kayo ha. Nasa 7 C's na tayo. Okay? 7 C's. Communication, collaboration, critical thinking, we have culture, we have career and computing. Okay? Career, culture, and computing. Imagine niyo, naka-integrate yun dapat sa curriculum. Next, assessment and accountability. As I've said, we have a strong emphasis in terms of data. We use the data to understand the needs of the kids to support them. As I've said earlier, the Philippines, okay, 1 to 6, sagutan yun. Next, professional development. Professional development, oh, this is an example, by the way. Assessment. When you're doing phonics, na-mention kanina nila yung streaming, deserve. Example, at the start of academic year, si teacher ay mag-assess ng level ng bata. And that color coding, makikita niyo po kung ano yung level ng kid based on the data. Then you understand the needs of the kids, then you gotta conduct a streaming to support their needs. Si teacher na, let's say, 1D, ang kanyang ginagawa comprehension. Si 1A, ang ginagawa niya phonics, CBC. All of them are in grade 4, pero lahat sila kinikater ang needs. Professional development, this is not a joke. In the Philippines, it's episodic and for compliance purposes only. Example. Nag-training sila, hindi ako mag-mention, pero alam nila din yung lugar ko. Pero huwag niyo akong takutin, okay? Hindi ko ako natatakot. Sa Pilipinas, naman sila training about differentiation. Nag-attend sila ng differentiation, pumunta sa school, at nangyari sa training. Gumastos sila din ng budget, ng pangangin, nag-ano pa, ang daming budget. Sabi niyo palang budget, di ba? Pero ang daming budget, kasi nga, nag-training. But the problem is, where is the training? Until now, teachers are not doing differentiation in the Philippines. And that is the sad truth. Professional development in the UAE, we have coaching, and by the way po, pag gumagawa po kami ng PD, hindi po nag-PD ako ngayon tapos na. No. I need to do learning walk, I need to do peer observation, I need to analyze the data, I need to observe teachers. When I can understand the data as a teaching and learning, okay, most of the teachers have a problem in terms of innovation skills, I will conduct the PD based on that witness. That's how you do professional development. School environment, safety, technology. Huwag na po tayo mag-debate sa technology. Alam niyo na po yung ibig sabihin nito. But then, as I've said, yung buong school po ay may Wi-Fi. If you can see also student well-being and support, that is a task of a SEN student. There's manipulatives, there's a teacher who support, there is also integration of technology. Class size, 20 to 25. Maximum 30. Kapag lumagpas ka na, you have penalty. Ganyan po dito. Parental engagement, sobrang strong po ng government at ng mga magulang. Even with the newsletter, kailangan po nilang mag-attend. Grabe po ang support ng magulang. Sa Pinas, grabe naman ka-support ang magulang. Pero, iba na po ngayon, no? Before, ginanito po ako ni teacher, tapos po ako magsumbong sa mama ko. Kasi pakalagay na ko ngayon, wow, ang nanay nagwala sa school, pinagmumura ang guro. We have to change the system and do something. Future readiness, there is education is always explicitly linked to 21st century, as I've said. Now, based on what you see, what you heard, think and choose best practices that you can apply right away in your own space. Ano po yung narinig nyo doon? Pwede natin gamitin agad-agad. It could be the values education, structured professional development, using of data, teacher career pathways, technology, student well-being, and then how we can uphold while we're teaching here abroad. Yan po lahat. Maintain po natin yung love natin sa learner because that is highly valued in the UAE. Cultural respect. Ito po, I don't know, guilty kayo. Ang ibang lahi po, lalo na yung mga Indians, they are very helpful with their co-nationality, with their fellow kababayans. Kapag ang HR po ay Indian, hinahard nila yung kapwa nila. Pero pag ang HR po ay Pinoy, but I'm not saying all. I have two closest friends na sobrang bait. Na puro Pinoy po ang tinutulungan nila. Sana po na magkaroon tayo ng ganito. Let's build a community that help one another. Hindi yung hilahan palagi. I said, it's a norm. It's a culture. Next, apply strategies even with limited time, even with limited resources, with the diverse needs. And above all, focus po natin ay student-centered always. Okay? Huwag po tayong teachers to, maximize your time, your resources, and matuto tayong makinig na okay lang po na hindi natin alam lahat and we have to learn a lot of things. Let's continue, Miss. Let's go back. Yung unang video po ay report ng EDCOM na out of 1,000 student daw ng senior high, 4 lang po ang nakaka-understand ng standard. And again, go back to data. 2018 sa PISA, ano pong ranking natin out of 79 countries? 78 to 79. 2022, ano pong ranking natin? 78 out of 81. Nandiyan po yung data magaganda. Baka hindi ba din bukas sa aking isip na there's something wrong. And you are part of that. Why? Because we don't vote for the right leaders. This is an all but gold picture. Tama? Lahat kayo, umakyat kayo sa puno. That remember that your students are different from one another. If ganito pa ba rin, kasi ganito pa rin yung thinking natin, di ba sa Pilipinas? Let's understand that. This is my dream for the Philippines. Na sa isang araw, lahat ng buhay hindi nalalabas because mahal natin ang Pilipinas at maayos na ang Pilipinas. Because we have a clear system and a right expectation. When the teachers grow, the school improves. And finally, the students get the education that they deserve, opportunity, consistency, and quality. Let's remember that the goal is not to copy the system, but adapt best practices and maintain our national identity and our professional strength. Okay? Yun po yung goal. Hindi po kumopya, but to adapt. And sabi nga namin sa patalastasan na Escabel, para kanino kayo bumabangon. As you wake up early in the morning, try to imagine your students. Nagigising ka lang ba because gusto mo na or nagigising ka because you have purpose? Maraming salamat po sa makikinig, mabuhay po tayo lahat.
Congratulations. Sir, can you go on stage to represent the award?
So we can be doing the question and answer after. We can be awarding first the certificates and then we'll take
30-minute lunch. 30 minutes. So we can come back again and so we can have like a quick Q&A for the previous speakers and then we go throughout the next session. So maybe call Ma'am Rina and Dr. Liza to be on stage, please.
Ano na lang, ay send na lang.
Ma'am, papindot na lang. Sige po.
Pindot lang.
No, hindi yung ano. Sa akin. Sa akin.
Thank you very much. And let me read the citation first on the certificate. Certificate of appreciation is proudly presented to Mr. Clinton A. Sibalina, Senior Leader for Teaching and Learning Agile Project and from the Ministry of Education UAE, for serving as one of the resource speakers in the second Middle East Philippines United States Educators Convention, MEPHILUS, and fourth International Educators Convention, held under the theme Puso, Paghari at Paghubog ng Kaalaman tungo sa Pandaigdigang Antas, Shaping the Future of Education Across Borders, in recognition of the valuable insights and expertise shared through the session entitled The UAE Education Landscape, Lessons and Best Practice for Philippine Schools and Teachers. Their contribution has greatly enriched the discourse, inspired educators, and strengthened global collaboration in advancing quality teacher education beyond borders. Given this morning day of February 2026, and we're here to help outside all the government universities. Signed by President Ethnic AFTA UAE, Ms. Liza Villariosa, President of AFTA INC, Ms. Rina Oudidaya. Thank you very much, Mr. Clinton. Thank you, and please remain on stage for a very special award. This is a surprise award, to be honest. This is from AFGA, Association of Film Teachers of America. Certificate of recognition is awarded to Clinton A. Sivelina as the recipient of the LEADS or LEADS Award, Leadership in Educational Administration Distinguished Service. Ratana Garden Khalifa Park, Abu Dhabi, UAE, today, February 14, 2026. Signed by the President of the UAE, Ms. Liza Lariosa, and President of the INC, Ms. Rina Bogdaya. Congratulations, Sir Clinton. Let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. Thank you very much. And that's first for our first session. We will be doing our Q&A after their part. We're going to have like a 30 minutes break and we're going to be doing our Q&A after. So please, we invite everyone to go and get our lunch. Again, we're requesting everyone to come back 30 minutes so we can finish our Q&A session for the first part of our convention. Thank you very much.
Kamera. Ito. Ay!
we prioritize shopping. Wala namang masama doon. Retail therapy, kailangan natin yung accumulate ng mga bata. With that idea in mind, NBR Financing would like to reach out to Filipinos who are living abroad. This will be our first time in the UAE. Most of our clients are from the United States, from Canada, from Australia, from New Zealand. But now with Ms. Rena, we're trying to embark on the Middle East, now in the UAE and hopefully in Bahrain in the future, in the near future. So we offer the Global Pinoy Katuwang Fund. What is this? It's a loan, yes. It's monetary, yes. However, this is focused sa mga tao. Halimbawa, may binibentang lupa sa katabi natin, bahay. Napakahirap ipunin ng pera. What NBR does is, NBR will purchase it for you. It's yours. Kung may apartment, patayuan mo na ng apartment. And at the same time, you're paying it. Para napipilitan kang mag-ipon. So after a few years, kung nag-decide ka na sa Philippines, na umuwi, then you will be stable. So that's basically what NPR financing is. As what we say, NPR financing does not offer money as a product. Hindi lamang po pera ang ino-offer namin. But we would like to offer financial stability to professionals like us, especially to teachers like us, na sinasabi nga nila, who has the noblest profession, pero may pinakamababang sahod. But it should not hinder us from investing, saving, and preparing for our future. Inside bags, we place our paper, our flyers in there. If you need to contact, there's a contact number. And we are financing corporation. We do not have loan consultants, by the way. You will be dealing directly to our loan managers. So wala po siyang dadaan ng third party. Kaya we were able to ensure that the interest rate is low because we believe the teachers deserve the most transparent service that we could provide. Because with NPR, your trust is our commitment. If you need anything, we'll be here. If you have questions, please do not hesitate. Once again, enjoy the lunch. Thank you very much and congratulations to the organizers of this event. Thank you for sponsoring the event.
You should be proud. We should be proud of Lampara because they were the first one published recordable books in the Philippines, in Filipino, and in English. And those are the books needed by those who are implementing the science of reading. If you have children and you want to have the set, yung set na nakita ninyo for English and Filipino, children from 2 years old up to grade 4, you can buy it for them. If you have children who are struggling, you can buy it for them. Okay? You can order it. Siguro nilagay dyan sa packet.
lang para directly order. We are donating not lang para donate those skills to the association.
Effective man natin.
Yes, FTC. And if you want to browse, you want to see more about it, you can just go to your office and all the kids will be there.
Naka-off.
They ask me
Sa clicker ko ba?
Thank you very much po for that very wonderful explanation regarding Pilang Empire. It's very enlightening. Tamang-tama sa kanyan. Maybe invite the previous speakers to be on stage, please. Professor Monica, Sir Clinton, so we can start our very quick Q&A. Alright, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Everyone did have their lunch. Tasang kami na hindi pa kumakain. Okay na tayo na. Gandang hapon po muli. And now we're going to do our quick Q&A or interactive Q&A session for the previous session or the previous topics. So
Either siya, ikaw.
I think, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna have run a few questions on stage and then we'll be asking audience to please provide your questions in alternate na lang siguro so that we can cater. It would be, we're gonna run this until 1:30. So we have like 15 minutes to do this. Okay, so let me start the question for the US education system in practice. Prof, we have a question regarding the classroom practice from the US. So what is classroom practice from US schools that you believe has a strong impact on student learning? I'll repeat. What is one classroom practice from US schools that you believe has a strong impact on student learning?
Simamida. Probably it is the target goal, the icon statement should be the end independent practice. Whatever the target icon, the icon statement, and that is the one that we are going to model in the terms of I do. We are going to model the task. After modeling the task, we are going to move on the guided practice wherein we are going to guide the student to apply the task or the new skill. After that, we are going to allow the student to do the independent practice wherein we are going to send them away to do the independent task. And in the US, what we do is when we do the independent task, that should always match what the learning goal is. And then one group will follow the independent task, and the other group will be doing according to what the data is, according to the baseline data. If the children have a gap in phonemic awareness, in that particular time, they are not going to do the independent task, but they are going to target only whatever the data is,
According to the small group. Thank you very much. Makes sense. We should be data-driven in particular. So this next question would be for Mr. Clinton.
Grabe naman kasi ito si Wata naman.
Parang really hard. What leadership and school management practices from the UAE could benefit Philippine schools? What do you see, like what leadership and school management practices from the UAE
could benefit Philippine schools?
As I was saying earlier, it's my greatest pet peeve to see leaders who are just sitting on their tables telling their staff or teachers that this is the evaluation framework, this is the things that you need to do. Rather than being visible. The terminology is visible in the aspect of what are you doing as a leader in order for you to support your teaching and learning into transform it, not just as good as or better. So, ulitin ko po, leaders, our job is to conduct learning walk, improve teaching and learning, and support professional development. So, ulitin ko po, pet feed ko po yun sa mga leaders na hindi visible. Utos lang ng utos, rather than, how are you gonna do this? Let's say, for example, how are you gonna show progress in terms of individual and then group performance or progress in teaching and learning? So, dapat po, minamodel po natin yan. We conduct the PD, let's say, grab one topic in primary level, let's say grade 4 standard, teach it as the same as you treat your teachers or student, and apply a 45-minute lesson gradual release.
Yeah, it's like doing what you preach, right? You should start becoming, because teachers are the model of the student. Whatever the students see to the teachers, they model it. So it's basically saying that whatever we think, being a leader is not just like sitting there and telling our teachers to do this and do this based on a certain perspective, wherein dapat tayo mismo ang nagsisimplify, exemplify, and then like teach our students on how it can be done rather than it's how it should be done. Thank you very much, Sir Clinton. Next question would be, Prof. Which US practice can realistically be adopted in our local context in the Philippines? Which US practices, maybe one or two, can realistically be adopted in our local context?
I would say just focusing the student as the center of learning. Kasi ang problema sa atin, we have this high level or reverence of our teacher to the point na hindi natin alam kung natututo ba yung mga student. And EdCom said 4 out of 100 nagko-complete. And no wonder the kind of leaders that we elect. Okay? The kind of yung tawag natin kamote riders that we have in our country. Okay? It's sad to say for me, I think the one thing that I'm proud of sa Philippine education system is because I'm one of the product. Okay? From the so-called elementary school until UPLB to the point na hindi ako bumalik. Which I think also has some sort of reason why hindi ako bumalik. Because I told myself, maybe there's a way why there's a reason I did it. So at least if I'm in the US, I can be more of help to this what we call. And also, one way is adaptable to these changes. When I look at this PISA before, I always ask some of the other students of mine who wants to have the Philippine education, siguro na PISA talaga tayo. That's why I really asked them when TIP asked me, sir, can you give us a professional development? And during that time, artificial intelligence is gaining ground. And I have been using it unknowingly when I was in grad school in UB, the form of what we call Cengage Mastering in Chemistry, Alex, okay. So I said, I think that's one way, but when I look at it, I gave a lot of webinars. Tapos sabi pa nung isang president ng State University, what if we don't have the infrastructure? Okay? So sabi ko, bakit nililimit natin yung sarili natin when we have the money? Okay? Kasi sabihin natin, yes, we try them to learn all these practices, but we also have to look at the reality. Sabi, gawin natin center yung student natin na matutunan sila, hindi natin i-blame yung pero it's hard to be an ideal than what we call a realistic one. Okay. So, kahit na sabihin natin, but for me, I think just focusing on the student as what we call our center of learning. Kasi usually, for me as a teacher, I believe, yung main legacy ko are my students.
Thank you very much. Ang ganda nun. Can you guys imagine that
Hello, flexibility. Let us be flexible as teachers, but I know somehow it is difficult to follow in the Philippines only because when I was there, before I moved to the US, I was assigned as a science teacher. And I was a librarian of 5,000 students, which are shifted into 6:30 a.m. followed by 1 p.m. in the afternoon. How are you going to be flexible when you are teaching 70 students? Tell me. How? And the only thing but then, that's the calling for us teachers. How can we be flexible in terms of what you said, Mr. Clinton, the resources that they have? Why are you going to let the kids, let us count how many squirrels are in the problem wherein we have different animals in the Philippines, right? Whatever we have there, use it in math, use it in reading. Just apply all those what you have. Somehow, where the kids have connection, and that is where cultural came, or I'll get into the picture, yung culture. Kasi yun ang cultural sa Pilipinas, di ba? Why are we going to do a Western kind of problem in math when we can call on, there are 10 grasshoppers hopping in the field, 3 hop away. How many are left? And that is a very simple subtraction or addition problem somehow, right? And that is the way they can be engaged. Kasi the kids will know, oh, there I saw grasshoppers, I saw those insects, and that is how connection happens. And there is somehow they can be connected to it and be into that kind of
from other cultures na hindi naman natin. Tama yun, magbilang tayo ng tutubi, di ba? Tutubi. Grasshopper, di ba? Questions on the audience, please. Yes, ma'am.
connection to text and text to the world. How, when you read a book, how is it connected to the other book? Oh, we read about like exercise, and this book talks about how there are steps on how to exercise. Oh, this reminds me of another book that I just read yesterday that also talks about exercise. Good job, and we are connecting text to text. And what about text to the world? How can you explicitly apply it to the classroom where you are catering to different culture or cultural background? How is the text connected to you as you experience is as a kid? Oh, Miss Monica, I was in our living room and I can just apply. I was also exercising. And that is how they text it to their own experience and text to the world itself. Somehow like that. What else?
So for me, in chemistry, I try to contextualize yung mga concept in our everyday application. Like, I ask them, do you think you can live without chemistry? So imagine yourself kung wala yung mga sabon, kumakain yung mga kinakain nyo, what do you think will happen? Okay? And then I try to explain, so why do you add salt during ice? Yung talagang The science makes sense on that, and I try to explain to them why is it possible or why is it impossible. Okay, so at least by that time they will try to ask themselves, at least now I know. Because sometimes I always tell them, don't believe anything kasi sinabi nung sino man. Okay, you have to look at the credibility no ano, lalo na kapag isang personality na wala naman talagang kaalam-alam sa isang concept, sabi ko, are you going to pay someone that says kasi soap na galing sa personal ano niya? Because sabi ko, you have to look at the science on it and think for yourself kung may sense ba yung sinasabi nila or wala.
Of the kids who are going to specialized school. The one who are going to community school are like kids with speech impairment. You know what I mean? Speech impairment and the kids who are having second language learners. If for example, the kids are in autism spectrum, the one that you were asking me, that are really severe, we are just going to say that we don't have resources for that. Now we are going to move that into another specialized school who have their own spectrum. There are about more than 65%. Right now, 2020 something, 2022, 66% are students classified as with disabilities. And they are really, if they cannot get the provider inside the classroom, you as a parent, you are going to advocate for your kid. And you are going to get that services outside, and the city where you live at will provide for you.
Okay.
I want to say that. I just don't want to say the name, but there is a name for the specialized school. I am in a community school. I am not in a specialized. So my kids are speech impairment, and those speech impairment are considered as like they cannot read or like they don't know what to do. They are very below. classroom, and they will get the service providers or the providers that they need inside the school building. Yeah, that works that way. Thank you, ma'am. And the parents know what services they really need, because you know the voice of the parents in the US with students with disabilities are very strong. They really need to get the services that they really need, or else they will fight for their kids.
Where teachers are licensed as SEN teacher, not normal or regular teachers. They should be inclusive education. What I'm trying to say, yes, the student is going inside the regular classes, but they've been pushed in or pulled out in terms of support, in terms of IEP. Okay? So let's say for our inclusion department, their timetable is basically 50% push in for the student in spectrum, and then 50% for the students who are gifted and talented. So, may policy po tayo na sobrang strong, kaya hindi po tayo mawawala in terms of that. And then, in terms of diagnosis, we don't diagnose students. We have a policy also in terms of observing the students for 30 days before recommending it to the department. And then they can set up a meeting to the parents. If they are open-minded, we need a specialist to diagnose, because we are teachers that when the student is within the spectrum, we do not give them tasks as a SEN student if they are not diagnosed. Unless may paper to provide and it's stated that ito yung diagnosis ng specialist. Okay? Thank you.
Speaker.
delivered a talk in Oman. So when I received the invitation, I said, I should not say no for AFTA and definitely Mamita. So I'm supposed to join you tonight for the gala, but I'm sorry I can't join you tonight because I left the university for 7 days, and I think that's also good for me as a teacher in the university. All right, the core of my talk today is about professional growth and challenges of Filipino educators in the Gulf. So allow me to contextualize first about the very structure of my presentation. Is basically a combination of a narrative inquiry as well as a phenomenological type of a study, meaning I'm going to share Maraming salamat. Nung tumingin ako, sabi ko, ako ba yan? Parang hindi naman siguro. Well, anyway, thank you. Now, AI is very popular these days, and I just use AI. Story. And this is what I said, with the use of AI tool, I was able to combine interesting perceptions as well as lived experiences of Filipinos in the Middle East. At first, I was thinking I'll use the term in the Gulf, but because of the many all right, marhaba. We call it marhaba in the Middle East. Welcome, New York. Maligayang pagdating sa Pilipinas. So I remember back in 2009, that was the very first time I was given the opportunity to work abroad. That was in Saudi Arabia. Being a Filipino teacher, and I was interviewed earlier, and then the question was about how do you feel being a Filipino teacher teaching in the Middle East? What is your impact, values, as well as the cultural relevance? And then I responded to that question, and then I said, the moment you step in, you talk to your colleagues as well as to your students. It's not about you anymore. It's about you being a Filipino, right? Yeah, so with the moment you infuse yourself into a curriculum, a total different curriculum in teaching and learning, it's not about your name, it's not about your experience of it. In general, it's about sense of belonging as well as your identity as a Filipino. Now, I joined the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia Royal Commission. I think Brady was in Riyadh. I felt the need to really create an organization as a Filipino because there were only 3 of us in the whole campus, in the university, and there were no professional developments provided for teachers. And because humility aside, I really need to understand the power of professional development to all teachers, whether you are from Jordan, you are from India, because we share the same experiences, and I think we share the same language in terms of how we can really provide Princess. Next, please. My personal observations, being the president of organizations, is there was really an absence of Filipino teachers organization. So there's no space for Filipino teachers where they can also share their experiences, their values, as well as their lived experiences, because all these elements are very important for growth and development. Restrictions are there, and you know this very well. Back in the 2000s, restrictions in Saudi Arabia restrictions were very tough. You can't even talk to your female colleagues. So when I hosted meetings, when I conducted workshops, it has to be all male and no participation of female. And there were times, definitely, I conducted workshops in front of that big screen for female. I really don't know if they're listening to me. I can't even see their faces. There was no emotional connection. At the same time, you can't really see their reactions. No question. Tailored programs for the Filipino teachers, not really from the embassy or from the consular. Next, please. Now, I'll move on to the Sultanate of Oman. So I taught in Saudi Arabia for 7 years, and then I also taught in Oman for 6 years. At the same time, during my experience there was no Filipino Teachers Association. It's the same experience I had when I was in Saudi Arabia. And that gave me that opportunity to create the very first association of language teachers in Oman, and we call it AFEO. That was in 2017. We're able to provide professional development workshops. Again, there was an absence of support. I'm very sorry to tell you, this is the reality, underground, on the ground, and even on the surface, because sometimes we see documents that are glossy, highly cosmetics. You see, all documentation is almost perfect, but in terms of the reality, it's actually zero. So there were Filipino teachers in the UAE, but I'm not sure about your teaching load as well as the opportunities for professional development. And yeah, next, yes, thank you. So that's one of the many examples of the programs that we created and provided to the Filipino teachers in Oman. Next, please. Yeah, next, thank you. And now let's move on to Bahrain. As if like you are listening to the travel or the journey from Saudi to Oman, now in Bahrain. Now, when I was elected president of the Philippine Teaching Association in Bahrain, of course, there was a structure, but still, I felt that there's really a need for us to really talk about professional development programs for teachers in that particular region. I can't mention all the activities, but I prepared a video for everyone today. I think this is a 2-minute video. Yeah. So I'll just play the video for everyone so you can see a glimpse of what we did and what we plan for the future. Even if I'm no longer the president, my heart is still there to provide help and support to the Filipino teachers in Bahrain. So we are the Philippine Teachers Association Bahrain. We also provide free workshops and trainings for the Filipino teachers in Bahrain. That's for free, helping them, prepare them to pass the teachers board examination. All right. Next, please. It's not only colors, it's not only beauty, but we also have our own challenges and limitations. So let me share with you briefly the narrative inquiry results of my personal study as well as phenomenological integration of teachers in Bahrain. In 2018, I published a paper. This is a summary of, I think, this is actually a summary of understanding and talking to some selected Filipino teachers in Oman and in Saudi Arabia. And one of the findings is that Filipino teachers need professional development training because, like what you said, Filipinos are intelligent, Filipinos are hardworking. It's just that they don't have the right time and the right space where they can share their expertise as well as their talent. I always believe, ako po ay naniniwala, ako ay Bisaya, pasensyahan niyo na ang Tagalog. Ako po ay naniniwala na pag ang Pilipinong guro ay nabigyan ng pagkakataon, malamang andyan yan sa top palagi. Di ba? Okay. So we need professional development for Filipino teachers in Oman as well as in Saudi Arabia. Next, please. And also, last year, this is now the narrative inquiry as well as a fellow study conducted by a good friend of mine from Sultan Qaboos University. We talked to teachers in Bahrain, in Qatar, in Saudi Arabia, as well as in Oman. 15 participated, and our study involved an interpretative type of a phenomenological type of study. And it was really nice because we're able to talk to teachers online, Qatar and other parts of the region. We wanted to explore and understand how do Filipino teachers see themselves in this sphere of teaching and learning. Now, the very first important finding is that motivation. There's one. I know it's always a cliche when we talk about the salary here is very high, and in fact, I had really good conversations with a few friends outside. We're talking about salaries as well as the opportunities. Salaries is okay. There could be differences, but one major challenge is again professional development. That even not in the UAE, I'm not sure, but there were a number of limitations, and on top of that limitation is professional development. If you invite Filipino teachers, sometimes they're not really willing to attend workshops, they're not willing to join meetings. I'm not sure of their personal reasons, probably work, time, as well as other things. Personal fulfillment and global exploration. So these are the top reasons of Filipino teachers why they are here in the Middle East. So the challenges is understanding the culture. I think the previous speakers talked about it, and I am also an advocate of contextualization, wherein there is always power when we localize, when we contextualize our teaching and learning materials. I remember when I was in the Philippines, when I was a college student, one of my professors, this is a major exam, and I did an extended definition essay. And my professor, the question was to write an essay about a red desert storm. For us Filipinos, we don't have deserts in the Philippines, right? We don't have that, so we ended up imagining things. So it's not really localized, but if you talk about our fiestas, our activities, Sinulog in Cebu, Iloilo, Dinagyang, or in Aklan. So definitely students have that authenticity in terms of connectedness. And students can write long essays because they can put into their experiences to writing, contextualized and localized. So these are the challenges: creativity, patience, professionalism, as well as resilience. I'm not talking about resilience here as a kind of a romantic relationship. We often hear this kind of a statement saying that we should not romanticize resilience of us being Filipinos, but it's really true. We should not romanticize it, but it's really true. This is like what I said, we are all hardworking. The fact that we are here, we can consider ourselves as cream of the crop. Minsan may feeling tayo na ang hirap sa trabaho, maliit ang sweldo, ganito ganyan, gusto ko na umuwi ng Pilipinas, but please do some kind of a reflection that the position you are in, the work you are in, this is a term coded and used by the author about insecure contracts, recognition of credentials, as well as equitable career progression, favoring local and nationals. Tagalogin ko na lang to para safe tayo, no? Even if you are qualified, but still, we can really sense the word in linguistics as well as in language is injustice. Yeah? Even if you're qualified, sabi ko Tagalog, kahit qualified pa tayo, alam natin na kaya natin ang trabaho, pero meron pa rin something na pwede natin sabihin mali, and we call it injustice because we are university level. We have friends from the United States here, highlighted challenges with cultural adjustment and integrating into new teaching context. I think this is not only in the United States. This is for all of us. We share the same experience that we Now, what is our plan? What is our plan of action as Filipinos? Number one, we need to enhance communities of good practice contextualized to Filipino teachers' experience in the Gulf or in the Middle East. Again, good practices in the US does not mean could be good practices in the UAE. Sometimes planting the seeds of foreign research can sometimes be very dangerous. But it's good that we can reflect, we can understand and compare our differences as well as similarities. It's a good thing that we understand also the culture, the experiences of Filipino teachers in the US, but definitely one size does not fit all. We should be very considerate with and collaboration to ensure best practices are maximized, therefore enhancing teachers' professional development. That's why I'm here. And I'd like to thank the organization AFTA for always inviting me to talk about the experiences of Filipino teachers in the Middle East. I am so glad because my experience is not only in Bahrain, I taught in different Middle Eastern contexts, so at least I can provide what are the good things that we experience, what are the challenges, and how can we help each other to support and provide professional development to all Filipino teachers in the Middle East. Again, I'd like to provide a very challenging plan of action, which is we need to talk to our embassies and consular offices that they should also offer targeted professional development programs for teachers to strengthen their skills. Sa embassy kasi natin, correct me if I am wrong, hindi lang siguro sa UAE, ang embassies natin, magkaroon yan sila ng mga programs, baking, pagtatahi, ano pa, livelihood. Pero pag sabi natin professional teachers development, sometimes I'm very vocal about it. Pag may mga meeting, pupunta talaga ako kasi nga I represent the Filipino teachers. Palagi ko sabi, what are your plans of the Filipino teachers? Kasi baking, kaya namin ng baking eh. Bili ka na ng saging dyan, harina, yes, mag-YouTube kami, kaya namin yan. Magtatahi ng mga damit, kaya namin yan. But speaking about professional development, it's not like cooking chicken adobo. You buy chicken, you put vinegar, toyo, bitchin, asin, or sili, put there, and then that's it. Remember, there is always a different impact. I know these are just my personal biases in terms of highlighting the competencies as well as skills of Filipino teachers. But again, what are the plans of our embassies? Targeted programs for all of us. So I hope hindi lang tayo doon sa mga tahi-tahi or whatever. So that's my advocacy this year. I need to talk and visit the ambassador and push for programs that would really strengthen the Filipino teachers, not only in Bahrain, but in the Middle East. Now, for my reflection, before I end my talk today, Filipino teachers abroad carry more than lessons. They carry grit, growth, and glory. They wave the heart of a nation. Despite challenges and distance, they continue to teach, inspire, and transform lives. Their story reminds us that teaching is not just a job. It is a calling that knows no boundaries. Today, I am very proud to share with you a milestone. This is the very first book published in the Middle East and in the world of its kind. We're able to publish the very first book entitled Magtutudlo. Because I am Bisaya, Magtutudlo means teacher, guro. This is a book, an anthology of inspirational stories by Filipino teachers in and from the Kingdom of Bahrain. You will read stories of Filipino teachers in Bahrain, how they understand their identities as well as their own spaces, their belongingness to a particular community. From one Filipino teacher in the Philippines, pumunta ng Bahrain, nag-waiter ang sweldo 70 dinars. Nag-waiter ng shawarma shop, nag-attend ng workshops na in-offer namin sa kanila para makapasa lang ng Hindi pumasa ng SPLA 4 na beses. Sabi namin, Jerky, don't give up. Don't give up. Nag-train kami ng SPLA. Pumasa si Jerky last year at ngayon nasa Cagayan de Oro si Jerky. Uwi na siya. Isa na siyang full-fledged na teacher. So ito yung program na sa Pilipinas, ikaw ang sir at ma'am. Meron din minsan dyan, sometimes as editor of the book, it's very emotional. Parang sabi, pag nagbabasa ako ng draft, ng submission, sabi, totoo ba itong mga kwento na ito? Minsan pwede din sabihin, sometimes life is not fair. So I hope we help each other, we support each other, and we provide enhancement to our Filipino teachers. Next, please.
Years ago now, sir, when you're back. Mama Morena, so I'm correcting my words, not Mama Morena. Can you, yeah, can we invite you on stage? And Dr. Liza, can we invite you both on stage, please? Surgeon Kirk, can you be on stage, please?
Thank you, ma'am.
Right, let me first read the citation. Certificate of Appreciation. This certificate is proudly presented to Dr. Jennifer Retired, Fellow, Higher Education Academy, University of Bahrain, Kingdom of Bahrain, for serving as one of the resource speakers in the Second Middle East Philippines United States Educators Convention, MEPHILUS, and Fourth International Educators Convention. Held under the theme, Usol, paghabi at paghubog ng kaalaman tungo sa pandaigdigang landas, shaping the future of education across borders, in recognition of the valuable insights and expertise shared through the session entitled Professional Growth and Challenges of Filipino Educators in the Gulf, Insights into the Continuous Development and Adaptation. Your contribution has greatly enriched the discourse, inspired educators, and strengthened global collaboration
in advancing quality teacher education beyond borders. Given this 14th day of February 2026 at Mercure Hotel Downtown, Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates. Signed by the President, AFTEC AFTA UAE, Ms. Liza Villariosa, and President of AFTA INC, Ms. Rena Olpidaria. Thank you very much, sir, for your time and your valuable presentation.
We also have another Balituro Distinguished Award. Thank you, Dr. Jennifer Abatayo. He joined us in our Balituro last year, so we need to give him this.
Let's give him a round of
award for your advocacy that the teachers need professional development, and he did it with us last summer.
Gala Award daw po. Gala Award daw po.
What I prefer.
Okay.
First watch.
Ayun, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you for
Now we move to our next topic, fostering global-minded learners, integrating intercultural understanding in everyday teaching. Our next speaker is the founder and chair of Socio-Cultural Lifestyle Consultancies, or SCLC,
And Culture Trade House UAE, with the Humanity Bridge Foundation in the Philippines, which is currently under development. She leads SCLC's mission to bridge cultures and generations by developing, designing, and implementing practical intercultural frameworks, human-centered activations, and category-curating strategies that connect
education, society, and business in collaboration with educators, communities, and organizations worldwide. Born of a richly woven cultural heritage and raising a neurodiverse family in an expatriate context, MJ brings a deeply personal and culturally grounded perspective to her work. With nearly
3 decades of experience across academic, corporate, and community settings, she develops and delivers programs, content, and activations that engage diverse audiences across cultures, leveraging UAE-based platforms. Her work spans youth empowerment, cross-cultural training, mental wellness initiatives, heritage campaigns, and socially responsible brand and cultural strategies. Across classrooms, community stages, and corporate activations, SCLC, which MJ leads alongside her spouse and creative partner,
Junal Abdullah, translates complex cultural, social, and emotional dynamics into actionable real-world practices. MJ is a practical translator of theory into action, demonstrating how global-minded learning and
culturally grounded strategies actually look, feel, and work.
While distinct from traditional academic accolades, her approach
Offers hands-on, implementable expertise that complements theory, bringing immediate relevance to educators, policymakers, and socially conscious leaders. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome MJ Marina Uy Lamin.
Good afternoon. May hapon. No. How is your lunch settling?
Because I was actually thinking I was supposed to follow immediately kanina and then we had a bit of a switch. So I was thinking, okay, my first opening would be, how was your lunch? Inapplicable. Okay. So good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Thank you so much. I'm so thankful for Engineer Day for that introduction.
ang ganda, sarap pakinggan. At the same time, magkakabistuhan talaga, no? When it comes to, say, 30 years. Okay, there's a 30-year background. Parang aray ko. So, the word that has been coming up the whole day is culture. Culture. Mabigat, yes? Yes. And today I'm supposed to be talking about word. Aray ko, pinatayan ako. Miss Sweet. It's about integrating intercultural understanding in everyday teaching. Now, this is such a privilege because I am standing in front of educators who are coming across from the USA, the Middle East, and the Philippines. And what are educators? Who are educators? Who are we? You are nation builders. Yes? Uy! Educators, are you that proud? Yes, we are. Is it a yes or a no? Yes. Yes. And I am especially proud that these are Filipino educators that we have right now. And you're coming across from different regions. And you are building the future of different nations. Yes? Yes. Are we sleepy? Yes. Yes. Okay, so let me go into my script. Okay? So today we are looking at how intercultural understanding can make everyday teaching clearer, smoother, and supposedly more effective for global classrooms. Because, believe it or not, yes, we are now dealing with global classrooms. Gone is the time wherein we are limited to our four corners of the classroom. Because even now, whether we like it or not, we are broadcasting left and right. Yes? Yes. So today we come together not just to discuss, not just as parents, just as educators, but clients. Because we are shaping learners diverse and competent. So every discussion that we make, action, every question, every interaction carries the potential to bridge cultures, nurture empathy, and create learners who are not only knowledgeable but truly global minded. This is on the positive side. But of course, on the other side, with big responsibility, the other side there is also a bit dark. If we fail, and when we fail to do our part. So teachers, educators, are you up for the challenge? Yes. Yes. Are you up? Yes. Yes, we are up. That we are on top of the situation and we are ready to learn and unlearn. Make note of that, learn and unlearn. So it was mentioned that I founded SLC. Now there is a reason for this. Strategic Lifestyle is a company in a business that I founded with my husband. Because we are raising a neurodiverse household. Our son is within the spectrum. He is non-speaking, selective engagement. He is now 16, going on 17. And then my girls are also within the spectrum. But they are without the microphone. But anyway, please, this is the reason why this topic is very close to our heart. It is based on lived experiences. Okay? We created our business and we created our advocacy and campaign based on this need. Because we are raising third culture kids. And I believe as most of you, those who are based in the States, based within the GCC region, those who have families outside of the Philippines, we are raising our kids while trying to make sure that we are still attached to our identity and our roots. Yes? Is it easy going? No. Are we trying? Yes. Are we trying hard enough? Of course. mobiles. As soon as they open the door, paglabas pa namin, forget the mobile because yes, some of us are saying, no, we don't do gadgets. Fine, no gadgets. But as soon as they open the door, they leave your home. It's an entirely different playground. It is a company, it is like, a waterfall of different cultures, different experiences. And these are the things that face our kids. And remember, our kids are, cliche as it may sound, the future. Yes or no? Yes. So we keep on saying yes. Yes. So we have a big responsibility when it comes to this. Now, we all teach very different subjects. Meron mga experts in mathematics, experts in higher education, different levels, different fields, different strategies, yes? But, my phone. That's what happens when you also have undiagnosed ADHD. Okay. So, we embrace it. Okay? Is that we are doing all of these things differently. Siguro sabihin, the same curriculum, the same ganito, ganyan. But the global classroom that we're facing shares one reality. And it is something that gives us students, gives us learners who are coming from so many different cultures. Yes or no? Yes. Yes? Do you agree with that? Diba? Yung value systems, ang family dynamics, ang structures, expectations, communication styles, the mindset of our learners, even the mindset of the people we work with. Look at that person seated beside you. Smile. Smile. Oh, diba? Person is a Filipino, but would you agree? She has a different mindset, she has a different culture from you? Filipino sa Filipino. How tayo? Yes. Magkaiba ka rin. Why? Because you all have our own packages. Not in a negative way, but, everything that makes us us. And no one person can be the same. We can't. So in as much as we want to say that, tama yung sinabi kanina, there was a cube here. Same systems, different people, different approaches. So most of the time, when we get these issues in our classrooms, because we do get issues, yes? Yes. Nagkape na ba kayo? Yes. So are we up? Yes. Uy, naman tayo ng okay. So the thing here is that it's not that, these issues that we're facing in the classrooms, a lot of times it's blame on the system. Madali, yes? Yes, you can still blame the system. It's blame on the curriculum. Yes? It's easier, quicker. On protocols. Blame it on everything and everyone else. But when you have a child who hesitates to speak, when you have a child who does not look at you, I heard earlier, alam mo yung bata na medyo slow or baka bobo lang or medyo special. These are the usual comments. But then, it's not so much as the curriculum or the system. But have we ever thought that maybe all of it redounds to culture? It is culture. And sometimes we get so tired of thinking like, what the heck is culture? Culture tayo ng culture. Ano ba talaga? What is the meaning of culture? It's so complicated because we have to culture. I have to list out everything, this, and that. I cannot memorize that. My ADHD brain will explode if I have to try to memorize and I have to try to explain it to you. So, we will simplify it. And today's session is meant to help us see how it is. It's not theory heavy, and it's not about labeling cultures. Can you see me? Oh, wait, it is simply a practical way to understand how people learn, communicate, and relate. And I go to my slide. Does not work this week. The human touch. Okay. let me introduce to you the gas and overused cultural iceberg. Familiar? Yes. Because culture, very quickly, is the invisible set of beliefs, habits, blah, 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 expectations that shape how people think, behave, and communicate. So this is what you see of me. Do you like what you see? Yes. Hopefully, yes. Do you like what you see in yourself? Yes. The outer persona that is seen by everyone. The outer persona that we present. Do we like it? Of course, because this is what we've created. This is part of our culture. But that is only the surface. Beyond and within, look at it. This is my behavior here. This is how I react in front of a crowd. These are my manners. This is my appearance. This is how I sound. But then behind and beneath that, did you ever think of my unconscious feelings? Do you think of my fears? I walang fears ang teachers. Oh yes, no fear ang teacher. But someone said earlier, remember the first time that you sat or you presented your first observation? Paano yun?
Thank you.
May mamamas talaga yan.
And hour attended by all the department deans because I was a bit of a how do you call this? Ano yung mga
Nepo.
Nepo baby. Nepo baby.
mo pa. 1 hour after my interview, I had to do a teaching. I was a fresh graduate, imagine how I felt. But, yes, teacher, my heart teacher from within, please. So that was that. But then that's it. There are so many underlying assumptions that kung i-inform ka rito, if you are now an executive, kaya mo all the time. You can easily wing it. Yes or no?
Yeah.
No. I would not say that it's not easy, but we can mask it. Diba? Sabi, nakakasabi mo. But yes, because we know, babawingin. But anyway, go and look at this. Most of culture that we bring with us is invisible. Okay? But it drives behavior. And beyond behavior, it drives the feelings of your learners. Go back tayo na. Forget what your seatmate. You go back to you being the teacher. Culture is how we were taught to see the world, how we were taught to behave. So culture is what feels right to us. Sometimes you don't even fully realize what you're thinking about. It's something that comes naturally in your heart. And then you say, oh, that's feeling. Yes. I hope you would say yes. Okay. But remember, your classrooms are multicultural. Or something. But we always have to say yes. We have to make sure that you're still with me. So our classrooms are multicultural, not just occasionally, but daily. And many learning moments are not academic. They are cultural based. So the responses, the actions, the reactions of your students, even your reactions to me now, are culture based. If you're looking bored, if you're looking interested, if you're looking excited, or trying to hide your sleepiness, that is part of the culture that we have within us. Okay? So, ayaw na sa akin.
Yan.
Okay,
Perfect.
this was cultural intelligence and then your political understanding. Because my slide, my topic has to do with you into intercultural understanding. Now, this stuff reminds me
Ano ko, may
of
crop?
us.
Basta yun.
Excuse me. Leaders. So, the last time that I was young people, all of them that were selected were only their intellectual capacities. So they're promising stuff. These are the terms. Potential and what is well, so has no intercultural understanding. Because this is what makes us us. And then we say, state lang yan, culturally intelligent, okay na. But there's still difficulty there. Because when you say culturally intelligent, it's something that you can learn. It's something that can be on paper. You can imagine how we that is how I studied all the Indians, I studied all the Vikings, I studied all the Japanese. I am now culturally intelligent. I know all about their culture. Yes. Tama. Yes. Is it correct? Is it wrong? Tama. Cultural intelligence. But what will you do with your culture? Yeah.
Parang related pa sa ano natin. Sa lesson natin before, grade 12. Intercultural.
Yeah. Filipinos. We
Ayun po yung ayaw ng ano?
Yes, humans lack. We don't want to agree. We don't want to agree. But there is a reason. There is a reason for that. Why? Because how many years were we under Spanish? How many years were we under the Niger? 430. So there's one of them saying, this is not us being racist. This is just part of the puzzle and all of the things that have been put and done into our identity as a nation, as a people. And we can wear all these things anymore.
Check out. God bless you all. I see the store. Part. Awesome. Wala pala tong title, no? Diretso pa rin.
Dili na mabuti.
Sabi ko, pag kuman sa video, dito siya mag-update.
Yeah.
Meron ka bang ano ba? Or wala ba ba? Mamaya, pwede na ako i-base nga. Ano?
So all things use us are giants. Not any big.
Ako nga yan, I type.
We go.
Wait lang.
Ready. Yes. Very confident, very rich, young people. And here I come, pinakayan ako. At Filipina, I have a bit of an advantage because I'm very this. So, kahit for natin lang, it goes to or go down or whatever. Let's not
thing. Intercultural understanding. The same with us teachers. This is beyond intelligence, beyond just learning. This is being aware that people's values, behavior, expectations are shaped by the cultural background, by the cultural baggage that you have. Who are from the Visayas? No, wala. Visayas! Hello! Bisaya! Say hi! Luzon! Luzon! Mindanao? Woo!
Ay, mistake.
All Filipinos? You all look at each other differently. Yes or no? Yes.
Mag-eye contact mo.
What?
Latina.
So you're all culturally intelligent? But only
You are.
actually that you're intercultural and musicians. That okay. All of it in God. Please absolute all or saying
Wala, Brazil, mali. Ay, ayaw. Ito ba?
yes. Yes. So I will go and move forward.
Ah, okay.
Sweet, the human touch. Okay, so this here is what we're talking about, cultural intelligence skill. But we would hope that we will have more of the
Check pala.
understanding. It's what we need. Human touch is. Now, what does intercultural understanding matters in everyday teaching? This is where we come in. Many of your daily teaching moments are cultural moments. Yes or no?
Okay naman.
Yes.
Okay naman.
Sometimes you're not even aware of that. The reason, that there is
Kaya lang
a child
Pati mo dito.
in person, a very vivacious young lady, a very outspoken young man. Different personalities. And then you would say behavioral problems, behavioral issues. But what if you look at it from a different perspective, from a different lens? Try that. Or sometimes because we're so tired and we're so overloaded as teachers. Let me just say, ganyan talaga, nakakaasar. I'm so tired already. This kid is always an issue in the classroom. That girl is always making this and that. But the boy never participates. Or forget about the students. Parents! Have you had parents na sinugod kayo? Yes. Boy? Never? Sa Pinas? Yes. Unfortunately, here also. And I would say, do you have this experience in the US? No? Not yet? I mean, have you had parents coming in a rampage, outrage? My child is not being treated fairly. I will use the word outrage talaga, ha? Yung righteous indignation talaga. No, this is not fair. You're not treating my son properly. You're not treating my ganito ganyan. We have this. But is it behavioral? Is it just angas? Or could it be because it is cultural? And when you have a deeper understanding of where they're coming from, then you would be able to see them more differently. Bakit naburido si Sir? Why is the principal so, I don't know, maano siya ngayon? Everything over proposals, over discussions during the meetings are being turned down. What's his issue? Di ba ganito ang malinyahan natin? But could we possibly shift and rethink? What's the reason? Where is he coming from? Or could it be his our approach? Or could it be his perception of how we are coming across? So these are the things that
happens in your classroom. So understanding these differences creates life that's a bit easier for you. It does not reduce standards because again, I'm sure if we keep on accepting and looking at their behaviors, diba? This would be the other side. If this is the woke mentality, we're not talking about woke. We're not talking about coddling behavior issues. What we're talking about is simply understanding what makes that person human. And sometimes, beyond all of these theories, beyond all of the principles and all of the policies that we have, like it or not, we have to go back to the human factor. Because that is where teaching comes from. Yes or no? Bakit kayo nag-teacher? It's your passion. You are passionate. I am passionate. You can basically say, because there's no load and below. Dati yun. Si Sir Ricky. Is there still load and below? There used to be that mindset and mentality. I see different reactions now from the younger teachers. What's that? No. A few years back, not years, a long time ago, it used to be that mindset. But teacher ka na. Kasi long and below. But now, we've gone past that. So it makes life easier for us teachers. Now, Miss Sweet, the human touch. Now, at SLC, we usually do this for corporates. Okay? But
presenting this to you as educators gives it an even bigger impact. Because you are the people who has the capacity to actually bring this to life. This is our culture map. And this, as it says, is the ecosystem of our identity. Lahat ng sinabi natin, lahat ng reason of our being, from that iceberg to this. These are the things that make us us. Where we're coming from, your national and regional culture, your family culture. Paano kayo pinalaki? What was the mindset, the values instilled in you? Your religious and faith influences. The language and communication culture. How we talk. Do we still talk to each other? Do you guys still talk to your kids? Hopefully. Yes. Through text. He is still communicating. Yes, that's part of the generational culture and digital culture. But sometimes, in between, we lose the connection. This is actually one of the reasons why we came up with SLC, because we wanted to make sure that our kids will have a world that is still a bit kinder, a world that is still connected to being human. We saw that there was a huge gap for third culture kids. And this is what we're trying to do. Because as a parent, you will have that fear, whether you admit it or not, that the world is not as kind anymore. Not because it is naturally unkind, but because sometimes we are losing track of what should be. And of course, the personality culture. What do we mean by personality culture? Ang iba-iba nating ugali. Like it or not, we each have our own.
Pero sinong ko kasi yung right kanina natin. Tapos ko kasi sa gitna tapos di matanggal. Kaya sinong, ayan naka-40. Ayun, naka-1080p. Pero so, naka-1080p, 60, 6 FPS, 6 FPS. Pero sa live, naka-30 na. Pero sa live, naka-30 FPS. Sabay ko. Hindi kasi hindi mo nagamit yung 4K sa live stream. Kasi hindi na rin yun ang 4K sa social media.
Yes.
So, may auto-convert kasi na rin. So, natin 80 lang dapat. Hindi na lang kasi makikita, mahalata ka kung hindi close up eh.
It will take time. I mean, of course, sabi na, ay naku, madami ako importanteng gawain sa buhay kesa to think of that. But this is what makes you human. And the thing that is often misunderstood, the thing that is often set aside, the neurodivergence culture. Yes. For so long, so many of us suffered from this. Okay? The acceptance, the admission that it exists. Because like it or not, and I will use this example back home in our own home country. There are countries, there are some societies that are very progressive when it comes to neurodivergence. But unfortunately, in some of our places back home, there are still so many people who are not accepting that neurodivergence exists. Not because they're bad people, not because they're evil, but because they don't understand. Because they were not made to understand. Kaya from time to time, meron pa rin kinukulong bakit sa asma, sinapian. But have you thought of having them checked? Or what about when somebody acts up in the classroom? Or when somebody talks differently from you? Have you thought about it? You as teachers, who has had experience in the classroom na meron kayong nagduda kayo na within the spectrum or ganon? One, nasaan na? It's nothing to be, no, listen. Our culture also, there used to be a time that you would not want to admit even that you have somebody special in the family. Because culturally, may diferensya, may kasalanan sa mundo, sinumpa ng langit. Yes or no? Yes. Because part of our culture, part of our traditional culture, what we don't understand, we blame it either on the above, or we blame it on the plant, on the rock, or wherever we can blame it. We try to find reason and rhyme. The human touch, oh my goodness. Okay. So I will go very quickly on the seven dimensions of the culture map. So direct and there is communication. Direct versus indirect communication. As we're saying, some people can be clear, explicit. Some students will say, "Sir, I don't understand." Others will say, like my daughter, the youngest, "Well, I'm not so sure. Maybe." Is one better than the other? No. But they are both trying to learn. Next slide, please. And then there is the feedback. How feedback is given. We're talking about the classroom, and how you react to this. Candid versus cushion. Straightforward feedback. What is that? Teacher, I don't like you. Alright. Cushion, well, teacher, because, sometimes I feel you don't listen to me or you don't hear me. These are different ways that kids or even people decide to communicate with you. But this case, both learners still want to be one. Next, please. Then there is the power distance. What is power distance? There's the low and the high. The comfortable questioning authority or the person who waits for permission. So ito na yun, say, mga bata overconfident in class or mga bata, they just wait out. But again, this is because of their culture. Next. Then there is the decision making, individuals versus group. Have you had students who acted quickly and independently? Yes. In some cases, unfortunately, some would say, pabida-bida.
Or first, what's this? First character syndrome.
Jollibee! Bida saya? Okay. And then there are also some kids who are just followers, waiting for the consensus. But neither is superior, both have their own strengths. It could be that ang shy because culturally, hindi ugali ng kultura nila.
So, na magpresenta. And the other one would be expectation ng culture niya, go! Okay, next, go! And then, task orientation. You've got task versus relationship. So there are some kids who start with work and engages directly with assignment. Go lang. As soon as they see the work, they will get on with it. No questions. Parang feeling nila, go, eto na. Whereas others, they can't because they need to be guided. Parang feeling pa, but it does not mean that they're slow. Are they slow?
No.
No. What are they? They need assurance. They need that feeling, that human touch. Go, next. And then you have the time orientation.
There is the linear and the flexible. So, the linear group, deadlines are fixed. When sinabing, okay, time is up. Finish all of your activities. Go. Immediate, yes? You have this kind of students? Yes. What about the others na parang nonchalant lang? Pencils down. Pencils down. Sige pa rin. We're done. Teacher, you're okay. Oh, mamatay ka sa inis. But, believe it or not, both are still culturally valid. Next. And there is persuasion, the principles versus applications. Some people don't need to have the why. To say, you will do a speech. Okay. You will do a speech. Why? You get it? So, but they are still both willing. They didn't say no. Pero one will just say, okay. The other one said, I have to know the reason why, teacher. Next, please. And done. Okay, so we will.
We've done this, actually. When I told you to look at the person beside you. So, Miss Win, can you please go to slide number, because I'm now on my last 10 minutes. Last 10 minutes. Okay, so let's go to slide number 17, please.
Okay, the MEPHILUS classroom realities. Middle East, Philippines, US. Think back on your experiences. Look at your lived experiences
in the classroom. You've had silence. You've had overconfidence. You've had directness versus indirectness. You've had hesitation. Yes or no?
Yes. But this time, try to deal with it in such a way that you will look and think of the reason behind that action. Can you try and do that when you leave here? Because what we're trying to do is very practical. We're just trying to shift that mindset. But it has to be a choice. Nobody can tell you you have to be interculturally intelligent or interculturally aware. It has to be a choice. It's the same with your parent engagement. GCC, Middle East, American parents, they all love their kids. Yes? They all attack differently. Yes? Yes. Well, maybe not the word attack, but they all will come at you differently. Some parents will be soft and sweet. Others will come in a rampage. Reaction na ganon. But both are loving parents. Both have valid cultural backgrounds. And this is your classroom reality. So, you try to decode, differentiate, and decide. Because at the end of the day, again, the human perspective of your lived realities is what matters most. Do I still have time? 5 minutes. Parang boxing ba? Last 5 minutes. So, my dear, I remember saying, don't use the word my dear. Hindi ko naman sinabing until my dear lang sa sabi ko. My dear educators, my dear, beautiful, and distinguished gentlemen, my dear, lovely ladies, all professionals, all gloriously willing and able, and very much the hope of our kinabukasan. Utang na loob, nasa inyo nakasalalay ang lahat. Yes or no?
Yes.
Because we say, yes, the children are the future, but who are your children? Who? Teachers. Child, equipping the child, and ensuring that the child who stays with you longer, and in the second phase, who stays with you all of those academic days. Because believe it or not, mas mahaba ang time engagement of the student teachers with us teachers than at home. Yes or no? So, the children are the future of the world, but the teachers and educators are the builders of the world. And everything, as Amba said earlier, as everyone else has talked about earlier, the ball is back in your court. Do you take the challenge? Wala. Yes? Yes. So, intercultural understanding basically just goes back into understanding and loving that human being entrusted to you and who trusts you. Say yes? Yes. Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes. Thank you very much, Mom MJ, for that very heartwarming and very fierce presentation. Please remain on stage. You'll be presenting your certificate, please.
Ano ka to?
You're passionate in what you say, it reflects in who you are, and that is Miss MJ. Thank you very much. I request Dr. Liza and Ma'am Rena to be on stage, please, to present the certificate of appreciation. May we request Ma'am Rizalina to be on stage to award the certificate, please. Let me cite the citation. Certificate of Appreciation is proudly presented to Miss MJ Joanne Uy, founder, CEO, and sociocultural lifestyle consultancies, ACS LLC. For serving as one of the resource speaker in the second Middle East Philippines United States Educators Convention, MEPHILUS, and fourth International Educators Convention, held under the theme Puso, Paghabi at Paghubog ng Kaalaman tungo sa Pandaigdigang Antas, shaping the future of education across borders. In recognition of the valuable insights and expertise shared through the session entitled Fostering Global-Minded Learners, Integrating Intercultural Understanding in Everyday Teaching. Your contribution has greatly enriched the discourse, inspired educators, and strengthened global collaboration in advancing quality teachers' education beyond borders. Given this 14th day of February 2026 at Mercure Hotel Downtown, Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, signed by the President of the AFTA UAE, Ms. Liza Villariosa, and President of the INC, Ms. Rena Opinaria. Ma'am Emily, thank you very much for gracing our convention for today. Let's give her a round of applause.
Thank you.
He was like asking me to understand.
to understand what idea across doing things. So thank you for that very heartwarming presentation. So our third topic for today, and our second session, is entitled Global Citizenship and Ethical Education, preparing learners for a connected world.
Arthur is an assistant professor in the College of Business, Administration, with over 30 years of experience in international higher education, having held academic appointments in Thailand, Vietnam, and then United Arab Emirates. She holds a PhD in management and a graduate certificate in tertiary teaching and learning from Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology in Australia. Currently based in the UAE, our speaker is a virtual reality or VR initiator in partnership with INSET, where she integrates VR-based experiential learning into undergraduate business courses as part of her strong advocacy for innovative student-centered pedagogy. Her teaching philosophy emphasizes experiential learning, technology-enhanced instruction, and the development of future-ready graduates. Beyond teaching, our speaker has made significant contributions through active service on university committees, particularly in curriculum development, departmental coordination, and professional development in teaching and learning. She is also engaged with the Gulf Research Center as a researcher and workshop director, with focus on higher education and academic development in the Gulf region. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Mary Presi Aguilar.
Good afternoon. I think we're the last speaker for the day. Not last, but not the least, definitely. So much. Thank you so much for that. Actually, today my attire wasn't intentional. But anyway, it's the most suitable color for today's occasion. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. Do you know that? Okay, we always love Valentine's Day in the Philippines. So before I start, well, just for fun, ask this question to someone next to you, probably on your right. Ask him or her what's the status of her heart, his or her heart, this Valentine's Day. What's the status? What's your love status this Valentine's Day? Ayan, mga Valentine's dyan.
Wide.
Each.
Yeah.
Are in love. Wow, mga guess, huh? Okay. Who among you here are sadly broken-hearted? Wala. 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 How about those who are forever waiting? Oh my! And how about those who are single forever? Wala. Wala. Oh, nako. I don't think it's the Philippines. We do have that, right? And then someone just said, Mary, what about you? Hi, nako. It's too complicated. Wala, joke lang. Okay, just for fun. Thank you for that. Now, today, first and foremost, of course, I would like to thank the organizers of this event. This is actually my first time to speak here in this event, so thank you for the invitation.
And my topic today is a topic that really matters deeply to all of us educators. It's a very simple, when you read it, it just means quite, very simple, but it carries a big weight for us educators. Let me tell you a bit about myself before I start. Over the years, I have taught in Thailand, Vietnam, and the UAE. So basically, this is my 11th year in the UAE, higher education. So I was directly, I was basically recruited directly from Vietnam by a government university here in the UAE. So I am still teaching with 100% locals as my students. Most of my students in Thailand, Vietnam, and here in the UAE are mainly locals. Perhaps 95% of them in the classroom. And by the way, I haven't taught in the Philippines. So that was the story. After college, I left and went to Thailand and taught business. So my area is into business. So my typical classroom, as you can see, I have students whose culture are different from mine. And all these years, all my experience, as you can see, the typical classroom is students coming from different culture and myself as a Filipino educator. So one of the most difficult task of an educator is how to contextualize concepts relevant to students, particularly in my subject, which is business. So that is, how do we make our lessons relevant across culture? But you know what? For years, I realized that teaching is more than just preparing lesson plans. Teaching is more than just delivering lessons. It's way too deep than that. So, if you look at my experience, every classroom, we have students coming from different culture. Every time I teach, I have to listen to my students before I speak. I have to understand before I even explain. And I have to show respect before I give instructions. So I have to learn my students' context as much as they have to learn from me. So despite the differences in our passports, in our nationalities, in our culture, the classroom became a shared space. Me, 100% Filipino, with my own values shared to my students, the values of being empathetic, the values of being patient, the values of being hardworking, and the values of being caring. So these are actually the bridge between me and my students. So let me give you an example. I've been teaching in the top university here in the UAE. So I've been with them for the last 6 years. And as I'm the only Filipino, by the way, in the college. And thank you. And yeah. So students are actually, they're university students, so basically they have to choose their teachers and their classes. So all these years, I had to beg my dean, and I said, please, please, limit the number of students in my class. In a way, it is also good, because I will say, hi, salamat, I won't be terminated.
Diretso yung kontrato. Sigurado yan. And in fact, I was given a 4-year contract. So if you look at the number of students overall, I really asked that because I was really curious. I asked them, among the teachers in the college, who's got the most number of students? And they did some ranking, and then I found out I was the number one. Right. So it's overwhelming as well, and I'm so happy as well. It's a humbling experience. And then one time I asked my students, why do you want to choose me? There's so many other teachers. Well, other teachers have 10, 15 students in the class. I had a full class, 30, 40, even 50. Just imagine the number of work I'm doing. I think there was a research a while ago about workload, correct? And then students were saying, doctor, they call us doctor. Doctor, I waited for you for 3 semesters just to be in your class. There was even some students saying, one time they had to swap schedule with another teacher because they had to assign me to teach postgrad course. And then these students were crying. And he said, what did I do? He said, doctor, please, we want you. So why? Of course they know I'm the only Filipino in the college. And they said, doctor,
because we want you because you understood us. So as I said, the classroom is a shared space. I share
Values, I share my being a Filipino to them. So this is exactly what I'm going to talk about today. And that is how we, our role as educators in this world right now, which I'm sure you know, so like it's too many things are happening. Global citizens, what is this? For a few minutes, I want you to ask someone next to you. You may use AI, by the way. This is what we do in the classroom. What
do you think is global citizenship? Quickly. Okay, ask someone next to you. Just ask, what's global citizen? Or maybe explain to that person what global citizenship is all about. You may use AI. This is open class. Okay. Can we have a microphone in the middle, please? So anyone, give me one word about global citizenship. Okay. Everyone, anybody brave enough to discuss about AI? No, just one word. One word, yeah. Diversity. Very good. So, yes, anyone else? Diversity. Okay. Being connected to the world. Okay, thank you for that. Now, basically, we have a role to educate our students to become global citizens. Next slide, please. According to the United Nations. Next one, please. Next one, please. Global citizens. As you can see, the highlighted words, these are very important words. They are multiple and diverse. Okay? Members of all and diverse, local and non-local. So basically, we are not isolated. We have to be with everyone else. Okay? Global citizen. Next, please. And if you look at the word diversity, we always teach this in the classroom, and we have workplace diversity. But in our case,
I want you to look at the word diversity in all aspects. So diversity, as you can see, I think the speaker before me talked about identity, our values, who we are. And with that, we connect or we work with people in all these aspects. Diverse in all these dimensions. Next, please. Global citizens embrace. Look at the word embrace. Their social responsibility. Social responsibility is a very heavy word, by the way. Easy to say, but difficult to do. Social diversity, social responsibility. What? Environmental diversity, financial responsibility, and all these things are part of that. Next, please. Next, please. So, global citizenship is about mindset. Okay, what we think, and it's all about actions. It's just in your mind that it won't be global citizen. And we need to understand here how the world works. We have to share values here as well.
Kinakabahan niya.
And
Mali ba?
we have to know work. We have to know how to work with other people. Okay. So 2011, the UNESCO actually initiated this global citizenship education. The UN actually believe that educators have a big role. We basically have a big voice. We are, as we call it, influencers in our classrooms. So with that, UNESCO or the United Nations recognize the work of educators, and this is all about. So we have to build solidarity. We have to empower people of all ages and make a meaningful impact. Impact is such a heavy word that we need to do. It's not just in the classroom. It has to have some impact. Okay, may I ask you to distribute the papers that you're supposed to do? I have a little exercise activity after in a few minutes. So may I ask the help of the facilitators to please distribute those pieces of papers for our activity? We have it? Okay, so please. What is it for us educators? According to UNESCO, when it comes to teaching and learning, these are the things that we can do in order to promote global citizenship. And what that is on curricula and lessons content. So if you're teaching mathematics, what would you do? If you're teaching chemistry, what would you do? If you're teaching KG or primary, what would you do? Okay, that's a question. You will do something after this. Second is nurturing cognitive, social, and other skills. So skills. We have to focus on skills. Very important part. Then how would you do that in your own classes? Next, please. The third is something that I love most. Values. How do we instill values to these young minds? Okay. Values like respect for diversity. How would you do that? Empathy, open-mindedness, justice, and fairness for everyone. So how would you do that in your own classes? Next, please. And the last one is behavior. Are we just going to discipline the students? I don't think that's what's happening right now.
These students, remember, are way too different from who we are now, or way back. Way back in our old classroom, the teacher is, the teachers would discipline students, but not anymore. I even have to talk to my children as if they're grown up and make them understand what's realities in the world.
Okay,
Okay,
next
next,
please.
please.
And
And
remember,
remember, all these are geared towards SDG.
SDG, I'm sure you know this. Next please.
Pinabilis
Okay, how do we do this? Now, this is your chance. Experiential learning. Okay, so yes. Next. Okay. I give
spelling dito.
just 5 minutes. I want you to answer number one, first part. And let us apply what has been mentioned about global citizenship. And if you see at the back, I listed the 4 UNESCO requirements. Yeah, it has to be in content, curricula, content, and all those.
Hide mo muna. Hide mo. Yan muna.
So very simple to be. So the first part is choose one global issue. You may use AI by the way. Global issue. Second is describe one teaching material or classroom that you want to do or you want to use.
Switch. First. Friends. Hindi, isa lang naman pala yung ulit. Ay, kaya ako yan. But, saan ako sa siya? Ha? Saan ka na ba? Or ano yan? Doon. It's hard, it's fun, it's fun, it's fun. Saan yun? Doon. Ayun. Doon ba yun? Ha? Uy, ayoko nga. Ay, sila kami yung first school. Ako. Affairs. Affairs. Asan? Affairs.
Okay. So, partner, you have hats, or go to the other table. Feel free to stand up and walk around. Share what you've done. Okay, share your global issue, explain, and share what you're gonna do. Okay, everybody, can we do that? Okay, thank you. Let's go.
Topic pa. Yung topic. Tama na ba? Global citizen. Hindi, magkasama kasi ito eh.
Feel free to go to other tables.
Messenger. Messenger. Ito itanong ano yun. Saan na kami yung camera? Tapos.
Change.
Ayan. Okay.
Maybe three, you already had 23 minutes though. It's like so the 20 minutes. Yeah.
Sige, ikaw mo na ikot-ikot.
Yes,
Sige mo na lang.
backlash. It's like,
Sige, 1, 2, 3. Wala na kanya. Ito. Yeah. Mo ba na? Okay.
you can change the page. That is not 1, 3 lang. Sa luxury cruise. Pero kasi kung nga, kami early na pre-love, hindi ka rin. Pero perfect pa rin siya. Kasi may close love by the both for game versus and yes. So, ang bebe kami game. Ito na
Is, kaya mo ito.
Okay, so let's share something. Any volunteer around here who would like to share their own idea of global issue and what he or she is going to do? Anyone? Come on. Anyone? Walang volunteer. Anyone here? Yes, thank you so much. Microphone, please. Could you tell us what global issue?
And then, yep. Classroom activity. Thank you.
For number one global issue that I can see is the quality education for
Okay, yes.
Yes, and how will you do that?
I think it would be more of awareness and motivating other students and the students to learn more about other cultures and let the teacher give their all to teach their learners.
Okay, yes. Yes, thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. Yes, please.
My answer to question number one is racial discrimination.
Okay.
And for me to be able to answer that or in a classroom setting is that I will be creating or making activity composed of diverse nationalities. And the activity would yung parang they will ask about their culture, what is the positive and negative things about their culture. Because I believe that racial discrimination happens when the other person does not understand why such person is acting that way, why he is doing that. And most of the time, it boils down to the culture because that's their practices.
Awesome.
And if I am going to ask one question, I will ask who is
Okay
your
na.
national hero?
Okay, why?
Because when one starts talking about
Camera.
national hero, they start talking about their past, their culture, How did the country came about? What happened? So it talks about culture. It talks about practices of a certain person, and that would entail that the other person will understand your culture, why you're acting this way, and it will diminish somehow racial discrimination.
That's good. Thank you. Well said. I like the fact that it's going to do group dynamics because in the group dynamics you will accommodate all levels of your students. You know,
Minsan kasi yung iba,
they're not fast learners, but when they are in a group, they begin to feel that they belong to that group. And they enjoy the fact that they talk
talk
also.
also.
And
And one of the
isa
isa lang, yung observations ko dyan, I've been using them in different contexts, basically based on my experience, Vietnam, Thailand, and the UAE. And there's some culture who are not really, who are individualistic. So if you're teaching in Australia, if you're teaching in the US, that would be different. But because I've been teaching in a collectivist culture, like UAE, they love when they are in a group. Vietnam as well, and Thailand. But in the Philippines, medyo
individualistic tayo, so they would rather do it by themselves, like individual work. And they would even cover their answers. Here in the UAE, no. I was surprised. The first time I taught here, they were
you were
sharing
sharing
answers.
answers. And then they will say, doctor, I want to get A. How can I give you
All A's in the classroom. You see that? So different contexts and different techniques. Yes, thank you so much. Next, others, please. Yep. We still have more time, right?
right?
One global issue is human rights, and for one teaching materials is like a scenario cases about unfair treatment or improper implementation of laws using their critical thinking.
Yeah. What grade are we talking about here? Is it high school or high school? Okay, very good.
And for the one intercultural question is how it is important to know individual rights and which country it is applicable.
Okay, correct. So it's the country. So it might be applicable in the US,
Applicable in Australia, Western countries basically, but in the UAE,
I
I never talk about these things.
And Vietnam, very, again, very sensitive.
Nice recover.
Thai, no, I don't have any problem. Okay. Yes, next one. Thank you for that. Another one.
Any other global issue, pressing global issue, something very, very pressing these days. Yes, don't be shy.
Don't be shy, ma'am.
Yes, please.
After
Um,
one
one
global
global
issue
issue
is
is
that
that
corruption
corruption
and
and
graft
graft
of
of
population.
Kaya mo yan.
very what favorite topic of Filipinos.
Okay,
Okay,
activity
activity
materials
materials
report and case studies and transparency, international corruption, and
Which year level are we talking?
high school,
High school.
grade 12 or grade 11. Yes. And intercultural questions that how might corruption and population growth be viewed differently in countries with strong government system and compared to countries where institutions are weak.
Yeah, that's a really good topic for high school. But how are we going to do that in
in
primary
primary
schools?
schools.
Is
Is
there
there
a
a
way
way
that
that
we
we
talk
talk
about? I mean, I'm asking you. My experience is mostly higher education. So I'm just curious, what do you do in elementary? We ignore. Yeah, can someone tell us, please? Just yes, can you share?
sabi ni Ma'am, no.
Very
Very
passionate.
passionate.
early years. Yeah. At least we can talk about honesty and transparency. Okay. Yeah, I think so. Wait. Okay, example po. Which one? Well, ba? Example, sa simple lang po sa class, for example, something is missing. And you have to teach them how to be honest, ganyan.
Left, right,
Yeah. Yes. So we start with the first section. Okay. Soft voice, yeah.
Yeah. So how will you do that in classroom? Like how can you be honest at school, for example, ganun ba? Sorry ha, hindi ako. Kasi just
Akin ang
the early years, kasi mas madali silang turuan, mas madali silang
grasp his idea. So if you have something that's not your own, you have to give it back.
you don't need to have to take it. Yes. Just ask permission before you take it. So like, okay. Thank you so much. That's really good. We should, at least, right? So you imagine how powerful we are.
And
Diba?
students will
And students will always quote you.
Students will always quote
Students will always
Like
quote you.
even myself.
Like even myself, I have to.
My Facebook pala is from. I couldn't. Okay. I am just so proud to say that my students are also going to be future leaders of this country. So I can't say names, I can't say anything else, but just that
That
I
I
am
am
flattered
flattered because, as I mentioned a while ago, they choose their teachers. And there was a time when I was surprised. I saw familiar family names. And we have to be careful. So that's how it is. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Next, please. Yes, thank you. Thank you. I just like to share what the Mamus and I had shared together. Me, as a psychology teacher, I wrote here one global issue is the
increased incidence of mental disorder. Yeah. And then the teaching material or classroom activity that I give to my students, secondary students, a project to create awareness of mental disorder, and they can use in any form according to their ability and interest. Like for example, they can create a poster if they're good in arts, and then they can do digital a graphic poster. And then for those who are good in singing, so they can create, make a lyrics and then sing for it. And then for those who are good in dancing, so they can express their awareness through dancing and then record it. And then for Mangos, as an owner of the school in the Philippines, so she shared about AI. So the global issue here is ethical use of artificial intelligence when doing a research. And then the classroom activity is performance through collaboration and having the idea to validate what they have understood. So it's basically having a research validation, even though they have used the AI, because it's common already that students can have it. Yeah. And then the intercultural question is the approach should be systematic based on a systemic based on how to the students value and teachers background. And going back to my issue, the intercultural question is that how can there be validity and reliability in diagnosing mental disorder despite there is the DSM and the ICD guidelines that the health professionals are following? Okay, so I'm not a psychology expert, but
That I'm looking only at the techniques or the pedagogy that you were suggesting. So all the things that you've written down, it's a start. Okay? Here. And I do hope
As you go back to your own classroom, this is where the work comes in. I just hope that it won't be on paper only. Okay? Remember, as I said a while ago, we as educators are influencers. You may not know it, but in the future you will see students, your past students. I'm sure you do that, ma'am, right? You see your students in gov offices and you remember, I taught this student about honesty, about corruption and all those things. So again, it's a very heavy responsibility. As I said, you know, the global citizenship is a simple term, yet carries a very big responsibility to us, for us, and to us educators. So I hope you learned something from me. Please, at the last page, not the last here. Next, please. Next, please. Last one, and the challenge that I mentioned a while ago. And last, please. Here around. Okay. Connect to me in LinkedIn. I don't have Facebook, as I have mentioned. So again, thank you so much for
For
this
this
opportunity,
opportunity,
and
and
I
I
hope
hope
you
you
learned
learned
something.
something.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you very much, Dr. Mary. That's a very interactive participations of everyone, interactive presentation. It gives us more of understanding exactly what we need to do, right? So now we're going to have a Q&A portion. Let me invite the previous speakers to be on stage, please, so we can have a question and answer for our viewers. May we have just Dr. Jennifer?
The thorn among the flowers, probably. So, first, thank you very much for the very informative first panel of the book.
Okay, so now we will be starting our Q&A for those presentations that we have.
So, first question would be for the fostering global-minded learners. Miss MJ, the first question would be, what challenges do teachers face
Face,
when
but
discussing
discussing
culture,
culture,
identity,
identity,
and
and
diversity?
diversity,
It
it
can
can
be
be
answered
answered
by
by anybody.
anybody. So
So
again,
again,
I'll
I'll
ask,
ask,
what
what
challenges
challenges
does
does
teachers
teachers
face
face
when
when
discussing
discussing
culture,
culture,
identity,
identity,
and
and
diversity?
diversity?
Miss
Miss
MJ.
MJ.
No,
No,
that
that
can
can
be,
be,
actually,
actually,
it's
it's
both
both
a very
very
simple
simple
and
and
also
also
a
a
tricky
tricky
question. It
question.
can
It
get
can get
sensitive
sensitive
because
because
depending, or
depending or
depending,
depending,
no,
oh,
most
it was
of
one
the
side,
depending, it
depending, it
depends on
depends on
where
where
the teacher
the
is
teacher is
coming
coming
from,
from,
where the
where the
teacher is
teacher is
at the time, and it depends on who the teacher is facing. These are all of the different factors, the limitations that that teacher would have, because in as much as the teacher wants or knows or feels the need that she has to discuss all of these things, or he or she, then those limitations, the authorities, the location, the timing, these are still but these are actually human-centered limitations. Because at the end of the day, I will keep to say, at the end of the day, everything is human-centered, human-factored. So the limitations that we have, the limitations that have been created in the system, are and can be solved by the very humans themselves. So it's a mindset, but it has to be something that one actively pursues to change. And without that, there will always be that block, there will always be that wall, there will always be that fear
and limitation that the teacher will never, never. I used to have this Irish teacher, never. You will never, never have the communication. You will never have the openness if you have that fear. Because takot ka mawalan ng trabaho, takot ka ma-censored, takot ka that you will be taken wrongly or differently. And that is the sad thing.
Thank you very much, Ms. Ender. How about you, Tom?
Mayong hapon. There is a Chinese researcher, and this researcher said that in a classroom, there is something in teaching, and that something is about culture. So, meaning to say, it requires sensitivity as well as awareness in terms of belonging and identity. Just like as Filipinos, we are very conscious. I like the comment earlier when she said, Miss MJ, na tayo unconsciously, we're also being racist. And that's true. So if you are aware of the culture, we need to give space. Other people provided us space for us to understand them. So the other way around, we also provide space for them so they also understand us. So it's just a matter of providing ideal space for all of us. Like what I said, in every classroom, there is something that something is culture. Know that so they can also know us. So it's just a matter of sharing, understanding, respect, as well as increasing our
increasing our
level of
level of
awareness in
awareness in
terms of
terms of
cultural
cultural
values.
values.
I
I've
mentioned a while
mentioned
ago been to 3 countries, and based on my experience, culture can be learned. Yeah. So, based on research, immersing ourselves in a culture takes time. So there are actually stages to that until you become totally immersed. So for me, I had too many scenarios, kumbaga na mga yung bloopers until now, meron din. But people around me, the locals that I've been, I'm teaching, they are so understanding and respectful. Why? I show them respect, and they're doing that to me as well. I think that's the first step that we can do. Thank you very much. It's very beautiful, like respecting cultures of others so that we earn respect for ourselves as well. And knowing our identity, respecting other identity, that's one good thing that we will be able to learn in immersing in people's culture. Thank you very much, speakers, on that. So let's move for our next question. How can intercultural education help reduce prejudice and build empathy among learners? It's kind of sensitive question. We will be talking about it. How can intercultural education help reduce prejudice and build empathy among learners? Let's start with sure. Starting to feel like Miss Universe na ano, pageant ano. Okay, so we started with intercultural. The thing here is when we go back, the intercultural intelligence, beyond cultural intelligence, is us knowing and acknowledging that we are able to live with someone of a different mindset and a different culture from us. Okay, that is the essence of intercultural relationship and intercultural intelligence. Aside from just going and focusing on cultural intelligence, because as Dr. Mary said, it can be learned, yes. But when you go beyond that and you start practicing it, this is when the walls start to break out. This is learned. Hate is learned. Okay? All of the fears, these are learned because these are the things that people, that young children are exposed to. But when the elders, when the educators, the guardians, with the foundations of building families and correct choices. For example, there is a way and there is a chance that prejudice will be erased, hatred will be erased.
Race.
But
But
again,
again,
it
it
needs
needs
effort.
effort.
And it
And it
is,
is,
again, a
again, a
choice.
choice.
And
And
it
it
needs
needs
educating.
educating.
So,
So,
malaki ang
malaki
role
ang role
ng
ng
educators
educators
talaga.
talaga.
All right.
CRT,
CRT, or
or
culturally
culturally
responsive
responsive
teaching,
teaching,
requires awareness. That is why, if you go back to literature and studies, it says that if your awareness is not there, then you need to develop. It's just a matter of understanding the environment we are in. So once you are aware, you develop that level of awareness, increase that level of awareness until such time that there's a certain level of achievement where we become really fully aware of the environment, the learners, diversity, as well as inclusion. These are three very technical terms. Well, these are fluid because the space, the identity, inclusivity, cultural accessibility sometimes can be very difficult for us to understand. Understanding comes in once we have a direct experience talking to our students, interacting to our colleagues as well as peers. Whether you are from elementary, high school, or from higher education, I always believe that awareness is very important. So we cultivate and increase our level of awareness. We should know our kids as well as teaching pedagogical practices as well
as
as
well
our
as their
very
very own culture.
I would like to talk about a very concrete example. The UAE a long time ago, before coming here, was really a different environment. There was a year, I think 2014, 2016, when the Sheikh promoted the year of tolerance. I'm sure you can remember. So that was the year actually that I was employed at the premier university of this country. And that was one of their initiatives in order for them to show that they respect diversity. And with that, that is a good example of, I think, the answer to the things that you mentioned. And even in the classroom now, I can feel the students are different. The generations, the students, compared to the generations of long ago. Nowadays, my students, I wouldn't even feel that I'm coming from a different country. I, I hear, you will feel that they love you just because of you. And I think the best thing that I did so far is to respect them as human beings, just as they do that to me. I think that's the first step.
Thank you very much. That was beautiful. Like understanding the culture of the government, the culture of UAE, and respecting, like you're experiencing firsthand how the Emiratis or the UAE nationals are respecting you back and loving all of you back because of how we respect their culture is something that really not eradicate but lessen or erase that feeling of being prejudiced or being, the empathy that's being given. And it is amazing. It's beautiful. Thank you very much. Questions from our audience. Yes, you have the mic over there. Yeah. Okay.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
I
I
really
really
want to
want to
ask
ask
this
this
question.
question.
I would
I
like
would
to
like to
address
address
this
this
question
question
to
to
Dr.
Dr.
Mary.
Mary.
Foremost, I would
Foremost, I
like
would
to
like to
thank you
thank you
because
because
you
you
just
just
light
light
up
up
or a
or a
spark
spark
in
in
me.
me.
Because
Because
we do
you
have
have
the
the
same
same
situation.
situation.
I'm
I'm
a
a
graduate
graduate
of
of
business
business
and
and
management,
management,
and I took education units from a university in St. Paul's, Manila, and then took the LET exam and passed the exam. I also finished my master yesterday. I just had the news that I passed my comprehensive exam. Now, mostly that's not my thought. The question is, I really would want to teach. That is really my passion. I came from a clan of teachers. My mother, my sister, my brother, my grandmother are all teachers. But I never wanted to be a teacher in the first place because I saw how hard it is for a teacher in the Philippines. We never became rich. We were always poor. So wanted to become a teacher, but one day in the history, I just wanted to be a teacher. I love being a teacher. So my question is, What qualification or credentials mattered most in penetrating international universities, considering that you have not taught in the Philippines? Yeah, so what is the most valuable credential that I should carry for me to be able to go to the path that you have right
Okay, thank you and congratulations for,
For, I see myself in you as well. After graduation from the Philippines, I left, of course, right after graduation, I taught in Thailand. And from then on, I also tried to upskill myself. I studied masters, I took my masters, going back and forth to the Philippines because way back it was so expensive to study masters. Now it's totally different environment. You can take it online. Then I think I was very fortunate that the university I was with offered me a scholarship for PhD. So the credentials that you're looking at, educational qualifications, nowadays when you're talking about universities, the minimum requirement at least that you should have is a PhD. Plus, of course, experience. Okay, so I think you've got that. You're working on it, right? So, and also experience is one very important aspect. I don't have any magic formula nor magic potion. I think that's it. Just show them, your experiences in a multicultural environment, and then apply. Okay. Next question, please. Yes.
It could be answered by anyone of you.
So
So
what
what
classroom
classroom
strategies best help students
students
appreciate
appreciate
respectivity
respectivity?
from their own? Thank you. Would you
Would you
please
please
repeat the
repeat the
question
question
one
one
more
more
time?
time?
What classroom strategies best help students appreciate perspective different from their own? Okay, who will be the one?
If you have the time, you can Google. It's a paper about cultural accessibility and believability. I always localize context of my classroom, and that's one of the many ways on how to adapt to cultural relevance of our students. Like for example, in we don't have train stations there when I was in Oman. And then, for example, listening text or listening exercises. Students often hear about train stations, how to buy ticket, the train arrives at platform B or C, but the question is students they don't have access to that. So they will end up imagining about train stations or whatsoever. So instead of using that context, which is totally British or American, so we always localize context, telling them that we have bus stations from A, B, C, and D. That's the power of authenticity. So if we try to connect to the cultural values or the local values of the students, definitely it will be very an easy access for them to have that cultural vibe. When you talk about their banks, when you talk about their businesses, they can say something about it. But if you talk about the Tower of London, or for example, New York or whatever, it's just pure imaginations. They can't talk about it. They can even write about it. But if you talk about Jose Rizal in the case of Filipino context, then definitely learning will take place.
Anybody would like to add? Maybe you should check about constructivism. As you've noticed a while ago when I was talking, I actually don't talk too much in my class. I let my students do all the talking. I let them do the work and I listen. So that is one way for you, number one, that's a very effective learning strategy. And grouping them together, they learn from one another. But you as a teacher, you're just being a facilitator. And that is, by the way, the concept called student-centered learning. Now I feel that I have to add something. Okay, now, um, going into the lived experience, I would say that I will use my own children as examples, okay, because they are quite a bit of a study when it comes to the strategies that we have to use for them to actually learn or understand something. So what we do is know the child. That's it, basically. If I'm going to stray away from the technical terms and the theories and the principles, I will always go back to the lived experience of what and who is in front of you. You as a teacher and you facing that child, go back to the roots. Okay? Go back. How would you feel? I mean, put yourself in the side of the child. How would you learn? Or how would you absorb something the way that you give it to the child and the way that it's reciprocal. Okay, so I don't know if you're getting me because my English brain is working again, but just yeah, go with it. Sometimes go with the flow. Go with the flow. In the classroom, go with the flow, go with kindness. It's not cuddling, it's not soft love, because discipline should always still be there. But learning actually opens up when the child feels and knows that they are loved and they are safe.
Thank you very much. The 3 points are very beautiful. You have to localize so that they can relate. You have to listen so that they could learn more. And you have to give your heart to the learner so he would accept and understand exactly what is being taught. That is beautiful. Thank you very much. I'd like to have more questions, but we don't have the time. So again, thank you very much to our amazing and brilliant speakers. Speakers. That's so much for our second session. Ma'am, please bring us.
Will be providing your certificate. Yes. Can we remove the chair on the front? No, dito ka naman sa unahan. And can let me read it, please? Yeah. So we just let them first remove. I don't know if you can motion. Can you please invite on stage, please? Stage na po. Dito ka. Kayo po ang yes, so. May we invite Don Liza, please be on stage, and Miss Rena and Miss Rizalina to be on stage to award our certificate, please. Let me read the citation. Certificate of Appreciation is proudly presented to Dr. Mary Cressy Aguilar, Assistant Professor, College of Business, Office of the VC Academic Affairs, Calva University, Sharjah, for serving as one of the resource speakers in the second Middle East United States Educators Convention, MEPHILUS, the fourth International Educators Convention, held under the theme Assault, Pagharap at Paghubog ng Kaalaman sa Pandaigdigan ng Taas, Shaping the Future of Education Across Borders. In recognition of the valuable insights and expertise shared through the session entitled Global Citizenship and Ethical Education, Preparing Learners for a Connected World. Your contribution has greatly enriched the discourse, inspired educators, and strengthened global collaboration in advancing quality teachers' education beyond borders. Given this 14th day of February 2026 at Mercure Hotel downtown Abu Dhabi, United Arab Emirates, signed by the President of the AFTA UAE, Ms. Liza Hilarioso, and President of INC, Ms. Greta O. Pedalia. Thank you very much, Dr. Mary. What's up with the and please remain on stage because we'll be awarding you as one of the awards the University is tonight. The Association of Philong Teachers of America Certificate of Recognition is awarded to Dr. Mary Tracy Aguilar, who is a recipient of the LPADS Award, Leadership in Educational Administration Distinguished Service, awarded in Rotana Garden,
Khalifa Park, Abu Dhabi, UAE, February 14, 2026. From signed by the President of the UAE, Ms. Liza Lariosa, the President of AFTA INC, Ms. Rena Lupilara. Congratulations, Dr.
Ayan. Sorry, hold on. Sorry. Nawala siya. Ano? Ang presentation. Nawala ang presentation. Kasi hindi yan ating.
Kaya mo ano to make sure muna kasi hindi ata nag-load eh. Hindi nag-load talaga yung sa kalagayan.
Thank you very much, and that is our second session for our convention for today. We will be calling Dr. Sir Dave J. Osorio, Lead Convener, Second Teachers Educators Convention, for the closing remark.
Sir Dave. Paano ba ito? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for staying with us the whole day. Now, I know that it's not
Main
easy
camera.
to stay down there and sitting and listening to all of the speakers that we have today and absorbing all the informations now coming from different speakers, coming from different stakeholders when it comes to academic. But thank you so much. Can we give ourselves a round of applause? Maraming salamat po sa inyo ngayon. Before I proceed to the task that is given to me, before I close this program, allow me first to acknowledge
Balikat na lang.
one of the VIPs also on our guest this morning. As one of the special guests of the second Middle East Philippines United States Educators Convention and the fourth International Educators Convention held with the theme Puso, Paghabig at Bubog ng Kaalaman tungo sa Pandaigdigan ng Taas. We would like to present the certificate of appreciation if you are still with us today. Ms. Rowena B. Zubinal. Is Ms. Rowena still with us? Thank you. But we will be giving the certificate to her later on. And of course, we will not miss the opportunity to provide and give the certificate of appreciation to the host and moderator during the second Middle East Philippines United States Educators Convention and the fourth International Educators Convention, Madam Ms. Degris Cabale Salunga. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much. Okay. There's another thing that we need to conquer today. Aside from this activity, tonight we're going to be celebrating the second AFTA Awards as well, which I'm hoping and praying that you all will be attending there. It will be a different scenario throughout the night and a different environment as well. No? We'll be enjoying and we're inviting you to be there. But before that, I'm inviting Ma'am Rizalina Lamanda before I formally close this event because she requested something very important that it would not be possible to end the program and she will not be able to give this one and deliver it to you guys. Let's give her hand to Ms. Rizalina Lamanda to deliver a very special session to us today.
Okay, good afternoon. And I know there was a cognitive load the whole day. So it is Valentine's. And I would like to end this session with something about love. But before I go to that, I want to inform you about unlocking literacy the power of the science of reading. Most of you will not be with me on the 16th because that will be a special session for the teachers. So I would like you to think of the science of reading, especially those of you who are in the teacher education institution. And of course, as teachers too. I know literacy is a top priority for us, and I'm excited to share some insights that could make a big difference for our students. First, let's acknowledge the amazing work our teachers do every day. But I also know administrators who are here share concerns about reading outcomes, especially with diverse students, learners. I would like to ask you this question. How do you feel now about our current literacy results? Are you satisfied? Okay. Remember, the Philippines, as said this morning, and this afternoon, 79th in 2019 among 79 nations who participated in the PISA. We ranked 79th. I don't believe that because Filipinos are intelligent. But the question is that we were not the one who took the test. The children who are grade 4 and grade 7 back home. In the United States, among the English-speaking countries, we are also almost lagging behind. And that is precisely the reason why the federal government was concerned. Why? We have everything within our needs. We have all the support. We have all the interventions. But why is our grade 4 students in the States also struggle? And the result, the findings, because the foundational skills were not taught properly. And so most of you who are teaching in college, in high school, keep on complaining. Why? We blame, we pass on the buck to one another until it reaches the parents and the husband and wife would be looking at one another. You are to blame, you are always at home. And the husband said, or the wife said, no, both of them should be concerned. And remember, it takes a village to raise a child. So I know most of you were what? Nodding that there is really a literacy crisis not only in the Philippines, but all over the world. I've been looking into the science of reading, and it's showing great results for school who will adopt it. By focusing on the explicit systematic instruction in phonics, fluency, vocabulary, comprehension. Think of the science of reading as a turbo charging our balanced literacy approach. It's not knowing, it's not throwing everything that we know about homeland words, but it's just rethinking, trying to see what works and what doesn't work. So this year, and when you go back
I encourage you to read more about the science of reading and the science of learning, especially those of you who are teaching in college, teacher education, those of you who are teaching in high school, elementary, and even in the early childhood care and development. May I now just show 5 slides
for you to remember something. Oh, it's before that. You have the unlocking. Yeah. Okay.
I'm going to give you 2 models on how to teach reading, not only to your student, but to your own children. Okay, yes. One model is the simple view of reading. And look at the formula. It's multiplicative. And it takes 2 factors to be involved.
Or one can understand what he or she is reading. First, to decode the word, and then he should be equipped with language comprehension. Without the one, comprehension will never happen. Okay? Simple as it is, but it provides us the framework of how a child learns to read. Gone were the days when we believe in the whole language approach. Give them books and eventually they will learn. No, that's a misconception, and it's a mea culpa also for me. It was only in 2013 when I went back to the States that I learned about the science of reading. But actually, the science of reading was with us 5 decades ago. But we never listened to what has been given. Continue. So decoding multiplied by language comprehension equals reading comprehension. Why not additive? 1 plus 1 equals 2. But it should always be 1 times 1 equals 1. If they lack decoding, they have language comprehension, no comprehension. They have decoding, but no language comprehension, no reading comprehension. Everything should be there. Next, please. The second model framework of reading is the Scarborough rule. For us in BCom, we are so familiar of how the rope is made. We make the strongest rope because of the abaca. However, if, what is this, the interlocking, or if those strands are not properly woven, no skilled reading will happen. If they are loosely braided, no comprehension will be there. And all these components should be taught. Again, decoding and language comprehension. These are the skills that every teacher should teach the child. Nothing that is haphazardly done. And that is only the way a child will learn to read. There's nothing in our brain that will make one automatically read. But there is a part in the brain that can make one talk without being taught. Right? Your child can speak at the right time, even if you don't teach them. But if children are not taught properly in the classroom by a significant adult, explicitly, directly, systematically, that child will be hampered in reading. So the Scarborough Row is very important. Hindi man yan yung simple view of reading. It provides us, teachers, what should be done to a child, especially in the early grade. We don't make a child read through names, A, B, C. Teachers, our language is alphabetic, English. All right? How many letters do we have? Automatic. You have to answer as teacher. How many letters in the alphabet? 26. Wonderful. How many sounds? You are now guessing. What is the implication of that? We never taught them the right thing. So you cannot make a grade for what? Decode a word that is multisyllabic if we did not teach them the 44 sounds. There are 26 letters, but 44 sounds. Next, please. Thank you for listening. Okay, we have been talking about now, and let me now go to this. Okay. How many have read this book? All right. Come Mother's Day, I want you to take a look of this book. Buy it for yourself. Buy it for your mom. Gentlemen, husband, buy it for your wife. But today, I would like to dedicate this book to everyone. It's Valentine's Day. Okay. Love you forever. One technique in reading is close reading. That's not only for the upper grade level, also for the lower grade. What do you see on the cover?
Child.
A child.
And
How old do you think is the child?
one or two.
One
Or two.
or two? Where is the child? How do you know he is in the bathroom?
Call it something.
Very good. That is close reading.
Water.
You ask the children to prove their answer that the child is in the bathroom. What is the child doing in the bathroom?
Okay.
How do you know? So you support. Take a look at what is he holding. What is thinking he doing what?
Throw it into the water.
Let's find out. You want to find out what he did. That's now predicting. So right from the cover, you already fix a lot. And that is close reading. Reading like a detective. The detective carries what? Magnifying glass, right? Why? He wants to prove and he wants to support whatever he finds out. All right. A mother held her baby
and very slowly rock her back and forth and forth. And while she rocked her, she sang, I love you forever. I like you for always. As long as I'm living, my baby, you be. What happened to the baby?
Sleep.
Sleep.
He grew. He grew and he grew and he grew. He grew until he was 2 years old. He ran all around us. He pulled off the books. He pulled all the books off the shelf. And he pulled all the food out of the refrigerator. And he took his mother's watch and flushed it down the toilet. Sometimes his mother would say, this kid is driving me crazy. But at night time, when the baby is fast asleep, she opened the door and rolled across the floor and looked over the side of his bed. And if that baby is asleep, she will pick him up, rock him back and forth. And as she rocked him, she sang, I love you forever. I like you for always. As long as
Pag
I'm
natulog ako sa
living,
ganito, ma,
my
gusto ko yung ganyan.
baby,
Never ko
you
na-experience ang may bedtime story. Talo.
be oh, a little boy.
Hindi ka matutulog.
And
Dahil,
he grew until he was 9 years old. He never wanted to come in for dinner. He never wanted to take a bath.
ew.
Even grandma visited. He always said bad words. Sometimes his mother wanted to sell him to his zoo. But at night time, when he was asleep, the mother quietly crawled and looked over his bed. If he was really asleep, she picked him up and rocked him back and forth, back and forth. And while she rocked him, she said, I love you forever. I like you for always. As long as I'm living, my baby, you be. Next, please. The boy grew. He grew and he grew and he grew. He grew until he was a teenager. He had strange friends and he wore strange clothes. And he listened to strange music. Sometimes the mother felt she was in a zoo. But at night time, when the teenager was asleep, the mother opened the door to his room, crawled across the floor, and looked over the side of his bed. And when the great big boy was asleep, she would pick him up and rock him back and forth, back and forth. And while she rocked him, she sang, I love you forever. I like you for always. As long as I'm living, my baby, you be. teenager grew. He
He
grew
grew
and
and
he
he
grew
grew
and
and
he
he
grew.
grew.
He
He
grew
grew
until
until
he
he
was
was
a
a
grown
grown
up
up
man.
man.
He left home and he got a house across town. Why do you think he
He
left
left
home
home
and
and
got a
got a
house
house
across town?
now.
Anyone?
Anyone?
Wala.
Okay.
He has
Question that I have.
the family of his own.
Because he's 18.
But sometimes on dark nights,
Nights.
the
The
mother
mother
got
got
into
into
her
her
car
car
and
drove
drove across
across
town.
town.
I want you to take a look at the car. What do you see?
Ladder.
A ladder.
What is she going to do with the ladder?
Climb. Without climb.
Oh, okay, let's find out.
Ay?
It knew the lights in her son's house were out. She
She
opened
opened
his
his
bedroom
bedroom
window,
window,
crawled
crawled
across
across
the
the
floor,
floor,
and
and
looked
looked
over
over.
the side of his bed. If that great big man was really asleep,
She would pick him up, rock him back and forth. And while she rocked him,
she said,
I love you forever. I like you for always. As long as I'm living, my baby, you'll be.
how do you know that she really climbed?
Because there's a ladder
Oh, you
on the
saw
window.
that ladder close to it. You asked children to prove.
Next, please. Well, that mother, she got older.
She got older and older and older. One day she called up her son. You
You
better
better
come
come
see
see,
me because
because
I'm
I'm
very
very
old.
old.
And sick. So that her son came to see her. When he came in the door, she tried to sing
The song. She said, I'm not here forever. I love you. This is for me. But she couldn't finish because she was too old and too sick.
next, please. The son went to his mother.
He picked her up and rocked her back and forth, back and forth, back. And he
He
sang
sung
this
this
song.
song.
I
I
love
love
you
you
forever.
forever.
I
I
love
love
you
you
for
for
Always, as long as I'm living, my mommy, you be.
when the son came home that night next week. He stood for a long, long time at the top of the stairs. Then he went into the room where his new baby
baby
daughter
daughter
was
was
born.
born.
He
He
picked
picked
her
her
up
up
in
in
his
his
arms
arms
and
and
rocked
rocked
her
her
back
back
and
and
forth,
forth,
back
back
and
and
forth.
forth.
And while he rocked her, he sang I love you forever. I like you for always. As long as I'm living, my baby, you
Love You Forever by Robert.
story all that. What did you learn from the story? The last.
Yes, the love of a mother knows no bounds.
But why do I have to read this to you in a seminar like this? Because I want you to give your own children, biological or non-biological, the gift of reading. Did you notice the mother?
She sang the song, no matter how naughty the child was. She wants to throw him
into the zoo. She wants to sell him. But at night time, the mother's love and care is still there. Okay? Another learning, you saw the development of
the child from infancy to adulthood. And now the cycle is repeated.
And whatever the parents did to that child was the same thing that the child will do to his own children.
So my dear educators, please, when you go to your own home,
give your children the gift of reading.
Read aloud to them. And for teachers in the elementary, in early childhood, high school, and even college, read to them. Thank you. Love you forever.
I love you forever.
Thank you very much, Rosalie. I can listen to this whole day, like even tomorrow and other day, no? So it's really amazing.
Thank you very much. You're making people cry.
may we call again Sir Dave J. Osorio, the lead governor of the Second Teachers Educators Convention, for the closing remark. Let's give him a round of applause, please. Thank you.
Now let's proceed to the tribute to parents. This is really a sign. Emotional yung mga teachers natin. No? That never gets old. I heard that story 2 years ago from recently na also in a different view. It made me cry a lot. Ngayon medyo nakakope up na ako sa emotional part ng story na yun, but it's still a very nice story to share. Every session that Ma'am Sally is always having. Thank you very much, Ma'am Sally. Let's give her another round of applause, guys. Distinguished guests, respected speakers, fellow educators, partners, and friends. As we come to the end of this meaningful gathering, our hearts are full of insights, inspirations, and a renewed sense of purpose. Over the course of this convention, we have listened, learned, reflected, and connected. We heard powerful ideas, practical strategies, and personal stories that reminded us why we choose the noble path of education. More than just a series of talks and presentations, this convention has been a meeting of minds and reunion of hearts, united by one shared mission, to uplift lives through learning. To our speakers and presenters, thank you for generously sharing your expertise, experiences, and wisdom. Your voices have challenged us to think, to think deeper, act better, and dream bigger for our students and our institutions. To our delegates and participants from different schools, organizations, and even countries, thank you for your presence, your energy, and your openness to growth. Education does not thrive in isolation. It flourishes in collaboration, and you are now part of a wider community of educators committed to excellence and service. To
To
our
our
organizers,
organizers,
volunteers,
volunteers,
and
and
partners
partners
who
who
work
work
tirelessly
tirelessly
behind the
behind the
scenes.
scenes.
This
This
event
event
is a
is a
successful
successful
one
one.
because of your dedication, patience, and countless unseen efforts. We would like to especially recognize KIPA Education UAE, our host school, for opening its door and for its commitment to making this international gathering possible.
Possible.
Let's give
Let's
our
give our
hands
hands
to
to
the
the
friends.
friends.
Our
Our
DPS
DPS
appreciation as well to Ethnic AFTA UAE for their unwavering education, and of course AFTA Incorporated based in New York. Thank you so much, ma'am.
remembrance and let's remembrance
And the hard
hard
work
work
in
in
bringing
bringing
this
this
convention to life. You turned a vision into a reality. As we leave this venue and return to our respective institutions, may we not leave the inspiration behind. May the lessons we've gained here translate into more compassionate classrooms, stronger leadership, and more responsive educational communities. Let us not be the end of a convention, but the beginning of new actions, new partnerships, and new commitment. If this year we only have two teacher organizations who have joined us, thank you so much, Nocti, special mention to you. And the rest of the educational group who have joined today in this institution, maraming salamat. This was a
This was a
question to
question
me
to me
earlier in
earlier
my
in my
interview
interview
outside,
outside.
what to
What to
expect in the
expect in the
next
next
season
season
of
of
MEPHILUS.
MEPHILUS.
We are
We are
expecting
expecting
that
that
more
more
groups
groups
coming from
coming
the
from the
academic
academic
side,
side,
coming
coming
from
from
schools,
schools,
will be
will be
joining
joining
us
us
together
together
into
into
creating an
creating an
interconnected
interconnected
next
next
moving
moving
fabric of
fabric of
education.
education.
If you
If
have
you have
observed,
observed,
our
our
theme this
theme
year
this
is
year is
puso.
puso.
A design term, a
A
word
word
for
for
a, what do you
what
call
it
this
calls
one?
one.
A
A
food that
food
is
that is
being
being
waved
waved
into a
from
from
a
a leaf,
leaf,
coconut
coconut
leaf,
leaf,
tapos
tapos
dinami
dinami
ko
ko
siya.
siya.
Last two
Last
years
2 years
ago,
ago,
our
our
theme
theme
was
was
Sinamay.
Sinamay.
Ganun
Ganun
din.
din.
All
All
about
about
waving
waving
pa rin.
pa rin.
Because
Because
all
all
of
of
us is
us is
part of
part
a
of a
bigger
bigger
picture
picture
connected
connected
together. Just
together.
like
Just
the
like the
Scarborough
Scarborough
Road
Road
that
that
Ma'am
Mang
Risa
Risa
Magsali
Magsaligava
showed us
showed
a
us a
while
while
ago.
ago.
Diba?
Diba?
And
And
with
with
that
that
being
being
said,
said,
it's a
it's a
challenge, it's
challenge,
a
it's a
call for
call for
action to
action to
us to
us
be
to be
part of
part
this
of this
one.
one.
No,
No,
to be
to be
part
part
of a
of a
bigger
bigger
picture
picture
and to
and
be
to be
part of
part of
making
making
sure that
sure
the
that the
future
future
of
of
our
our
generation,
generation,
our
our
students
students
will
will
always be
always be
protected.
protected.
Right? May we
May we
travel
travel
home
home
safely,
safely.
carry forward what we have learned, and continue shaping a better future, one learner at a time. Kaisa-isa lang. That's fine. And before we officially close, we look forward to celebrating with you all again tonight at AFTA Awards 2026. See you there. Good day and see you at our next gathering. Maraming salamat po. Nabuhay po tayo.
Thank you very much. Before we go, and please, because we're going to be posting a QR code for everyone so that we will be having a feedback para po ma-improve pa natin. We do continuous learning, right? This is basically part of our educational request for everyone. So we have QR codes.
Maybe please take pictures so we can have. Yeah, and also all the certificates that we have for all the attendees, maraming salamat. All of your certificates are available outside. If in case some of you don't have availability of the certificate, you can approach the registrar's desk and you can let them know that your certificate is not there. Alright, so good news, everyone will be receiving 6 certificates. So each of the topic, each of the speaking will have its own certificate. So everyone will have 6
certificates for today's convention, di ba? Ang dami palakpakan natin ng organizer and everyone.
Do you have a picture taking for Dr. Price? Dr. Mary, can you just please go on stage to have one last
Picture taking, please. Can we have Ma'am Liza and Ma'am Rena? Can we go please back on stage to have the picture taking with the guests? Patulog na lang sino. So again, thank you very much po. Let's remain. Let's take a picture na po tayo kay Ma'am Percy, then we can go. Hindi pa na picture na kayo. One picture. Who's that? A photographer? One last. Yes, please. I think station rockers. Okay, thank you very much, everyone. Magandang to be with you all, and we'll see you again on the 5th Educators Convention next year. Maraming salamat and God bless everyone.